O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Alrighty. Good morning. Welcome aboard, folks. Time to rock and roll on the show. We are live, yes. We weren't going to take off Friday. We enjoyed our turkey on Thursday, and we're going to, of course, come to you live from Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. I will be at Craig Zinn's starting off at 10 o'clock. We will actually have a little fun out there. We're going to hand it off, actually, to Ira Winderman and, of course, Clay Ferraro here at the top of the hour for the Acura Pembroke Pines. I'm sorry, with the Pallet Rack City inside the paint show, baby. So Pallet Rack City ready to rock and roll, and the boys are ready to talk a little Miami Heat, a little NBA. I hope you all enjoyed your turkey yesterday. I hope you guys enjoyed the family. I don't know if you enjoyed the football. I mean, we kind of go through this every single year, right? Where we should have a petition already at this point. Now, I will say this in a twisted way. I didn't mind seeing the Lions yesterday because, you know, I remember when Dan the Man Campbell was here, Man Campbell, like, you know, some idiots named him. I remember when Man Campbell was here and they won those first 2 games, and we had a whole bunch of Dolphin fans that became suckers. And I come on, raise your hand. Admit it when you know, come on, man. We all are wrong at times. I mean, I'm going to be wrong 1,000 times a day, not just a week, not just a month, a day. I'll be 1,000 times wrong. Okay. Once I'm right once a day, and then I'm wrong another 1,000 times. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things. Admit it. Come on, admit it. And so it was one of those things that I never wanted him as a head coach for the Dolphins. I laughed at all this rah BS. And then when he took over in Detroit, the same thing. I laughed at all that rah BS. And yesterday he's a disaster. He's not a head coach. He's not even a coordinator. He's just a position coach. That's what he is. He's a guy that should be coaching tight ends, and that's it. And keep him in the background and let him use his rah bullshit every once in a while behind the scenes for somebody. But it doesn't really fly as a head coach. So unprepared. He uses timeouts like it's underwears. Who is it? Aaron Glenn, is it right? Where the former Jet was or former Jet and Patriot, right? Is his defensive coordinator. That guy looks like he was confused as hell. And in the end, listen, man, traditions are broken all the time, right? We used to play 14 games and it became 16 games. Now it's 17 games, soon to be 18 games. You used to play 6 preseason games, then you went down to 4. Now it's down to 3. Really, you play 1 or 2. You know what I'm saying? So everything changes. The game evolves, right? And why not evolve with the game? You have a flex schedule, don't you, for later in the season? What do you have that flex schedule for? You have that flex schedule because you don't want to give the public a crappy game. So why the hell do you give us the Lions every single Thanksgiving? Seriously, why? Why do we have to have the Lions? Why do you have to pick the worst team in the history of the NFL in the last 70 years? They are the worst team in the NFL probably the last 70 years. You might say, well, oh, the Bengals. No, dude, let me tell you something. The Bengals have made it at least to the Super Bowl a couple times. They've made it to the playoffs several times. They had a little stretch where they made the playoffs a few times, whether it's Ken Anderson, whether it's Boomer Esiason, and even with Andy Dalton, they made it a couple times. Okay? Detroit doesn't do anything. They have been the laughing stock of the NFL for 70 years now. 70. And really, it's your responsibility as a league to put up the best product you can. You know, the NBA doesn't aim on Christmas to put on really crappy games. They try to actually have compelling games, teams that are going to be good. They don't want to. Now, of course, you can never time it out where the season starts, and by the time you get to Christmas, a team might be ravaged by injuries, and then that game doesn't look as good. You can't control that. But you understood it when it first was scheduled. See, when it's scheduled, you know Detroit doesn't belong there. That's the thing. It's every time, Detroit. And you know what? There were a couple of years, you youngins aren't going to understand this. There were a couple of years in the Wayne Fontes era. I can't believe I'm saying the good times were the Wayne Fontes era. But there were at least that Scott Mitchell, Herman Moore, what's Johnny, what was the USC kid's name? Man, I'm forgetting his name now. But obviously with Barry Sanders and God, what's the name of the USC kid? Now I hate that I'm having a brain fart. But anyway, so Johnny Morton. And so, you know, I remember, you know, with that team, I get it. It was an entertaining team, man. Herman Moore was a hell of a player. Blades was a hell of a player. You know, they had some players. They could score some points. They were somewhat entertaining. You know what I'm saying? And Barry Sanders alone was worth the price of the ticket. So at least you were watching Barry Sanders do his thing because you were watching a freak of all freaks, because that's what Barry is. But at one point, the league has to look at itself and say, we have to do the responsible thing. And we have to, you know, traditions can be broken. We break them all the time now. All the traditions aren't alive anymore. Every old stadium is not around anymore. It's only Lambeau Field, the only one that's left. They're all gone. Okay? Logos change. Teams move. I mean, that so many traditions have been broken, right? Because you're doing things for the better. In the end, you're trying, right? Well, it's not for the better to maintain, the Detroit Lions there for Thanksgiving every single year. And I think I've done this segment, this show, this part of the show on this day many times, or maybe on a Monday if I had the Friday off or all of that. But it's just weird how, you look at this situation and you say, why in the world aren't you at least, you know, considering making a change for tradition? You know what I mean? That's the part that I just don't understand. By the way, this is how the day will go. We are going to have, of course, the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. Ira is on the road. Normally, it's on a Wednesday at 9 a.m., but we moved it to Friday today. So we're digital, baby. We're flexible. That's the beauty of what we do here now. We're kind. Everybody will get their material on demand, like they love it. So it's all good. So the boys will be rocking from 9 to 10. Then we'll be back on. We'll be at Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines at that time. Manny Navarro will join us at 11:30 to talk a little Canes and Duke, and obviously all the issues as they wrap up the season. Well, I mean, they do have a bowl game. They are bowl game eligible, and they should pick up a win this week against against Duke. I mean, they're heavily favored. Duke is pretty bad, and Van Dyke is absolutely slinging it, right now. And then Omar Kelly will be joining us at 12:15 after Flo's press conference. So we'll get his thoughts on everything going on with Flo. All right. It's a beautiful thing. All right. Let's bring the boys aboard. Let's get them aboard here. They are ready to rock and roll with Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show from 9 to 10 a.m. Boys, good morning. I hope you've recovered. I hope the tryptophan is not affecting your system anymore, as they say.
You know what? For me, it's just a pit stop to be at home. With the road this season and the way it sort of worked out, it's just been crazy. When you look at this Heat team, 6-1 at home, 6-6 on the road. It's almost like I cover a different team on the road than I do at FTX Arena. The way they're playing this season, it's all about straightening this out. They can't be that good at home and that, shall we say, not good on the road.
Yeah, although Clay, the other night looked like the emotion of Jimmy kind of fueled a lot of what was going on, and they probably allowed their emotions to take over. And I would imagine that that's going to be a hot topic on the show today.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of that and, the emotion of not liking some of the officials' calls. And by the way, that's been an odd theme this year, hasn't it? I mean, some of the, you're always going to run into varying degrees of officials not doing what you want them to do, and yet you have to bounce back. And what I thought was really frustrating from that game was the fact that Minnesota was the tougher and more physical team, and that's something that this Heat team has built their identity on. So I guess that would be my question, though, is how do you allow the emotion and all of that to manifest itself from you allowing the other team to push you around? So, yeah, I think we're going to talk about that a lot. And also, they got another statement game coming up and another measuring stick game. And the one thing that's been good about this Heat team all year has been that when they have these measuring stick games, they step up. Are we going to see that Heat team again against Chicago? That's what I want to see. I want to see, do we see the Heat team that we think can contend for the Eastern Conference Championship in Chicago, like we've seen against Brooklyn, against Milwaukee, against Charlotte when they were the Sheep team in the Eastern Conference, and in that first game against Washington? I want to see if they can step up there.
Ira, it wasn't so much what Clay was talking about that they looked more physical. They also looked more athletic and explosive because it looked like Anthony Johnson was a guy.
Anthony Edwards, Anthony
Edwards, I'm sorry, the nerd. There was no way they could contain the nerd, and the nerd became the Noid, and that was
impressive. And it wasn't just Anthony Edwards; it was Jared Vanderbilt. That's how this season is built.
Also,
This Heat team is not going to out-athletic you. They made a decision. You don't get guys in their mid-30s and expect to out-athletic. You try to outsmart them. You try to win with system. You try to win with guile. But you also, if you're going to get in that kind of game, you're setting yourself up for failure also. So the problem for me is when you play the scrambling defense, when you're double teaming and when you're trapping, you're leaving paths to the basket open. You're leaving other guys at a defensive deficit, often guarding 3-on-4, and you wind up in those type of situations. It's interesting. Oh, you will talk for hours all week about football game planning and how certain systems, other teams start to pick you apart. You're starting to see at the quarter season mark for the Heat now, other teams have gone to school on them. You might not sit around as a coaching staff and say, hey, we've got Detroit coming up. What are they doing? How do we stop it? Then Detroit, they stink. You just beat them. But when you're playing a team like the Heat, you could say, you know what? They do these 5 unique things, and we have to game plan for them. And more teams are. And those hit-ahead passes from Kyle Lowry to Jimmy Butler, other teams are back. They know they're coming. Those traps in the corner, the 2-2-1 press that they're using, other teams have gone to school, very football-like on the chalkboard on those also. So I think what happened is the Heat went out and they built their best record off of those unique aspects. And now the league has scouts on the road. And now those guys have delivered their scouting reports. Now we have to see, can the Heat adjust to the other teams' adjustments to them? That's the thing about an 82-game marathon. You're not going to be like football, like we have our great 2-point play, and we're going to sneak it in, and we're going to use like the Cowboys and rub a guy off the corner and get that timed 2-point play. No, everyone's seen the Heat's main stuff now. Now we see Eric Spoelstra and his staff. How do they adjust? Some teams can do it on raw talent. Some teams can do it on raw athleticism. That's not this year's Heat.
Clay, what do you got in store for the next hour, my brother?
Well, it's a lot of that. And then, I think we go over some of the concerns that we have after seeing this loss to Minnesota. And look, I mean, we could be talking about back-to-back horrendous losses if Tyler Hero doesn't jump in and save him in many ways in Detroit. So, I think that's something that we're going to discuss. And also, again, the upcoming schedule. Can they bounce back here? And I want to talk about what Ira just said, which is, okay, now that other teams have started to figure out what are the adjustments to the adjustments, what are the things that, hey, this is how Eric Spoelstra and his staff make their money. So we find out now, how do they adjust to the adjustments?
There you go. Well, the next hour, baby, it's coming your way. It's the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. That, ladies and gentlemen, is next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Black Friday to you. You're getting a dressed-down version of Inside the Paint on my end. We were at the in-laws' house and just hanging out with you on this Black Friday. Ira Winterman is on the road, as always, grinding, so he'll be the info guy for this show. As usual.
First of all, Clay, I want to start actually off topic, since we're going to hit on topic for plenty of the rest of the hour here in Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint. And I have a question for you.
Sure.
Almost everything we ate on Thanksgiving can also be part of a traditional menu. Certainly can have a turkey dinner anytime. We all can eat our mashed potatoes. We all can have our yams, cornbread, mac cheese, or whatever. Why is stuffing only a one-day thing? And I know people are down in stuffing. It's just a bunch of ripped apart bread that you get all moist and baked or whatever, and that's fine.
Wait, who's down on stuffing? It is by far the most integral part of the dinner.
Here's my stuffing question. Why? I mean, let me put it to you this way, okay, Clay? When have you eaten stuffing except on Thanksgiving? Why do we compartmentalize stuffing as a one-day event when everything else on the table yesterday you could have on a Thursday or a Wednesday in August or September or February or May? What's the deal with stuffing? Why is stuffing relegated? Why is stuffing only get one day? What's up with that?
Well, so first, you're asking the wrong guy, because I will go and get a box of Stovetop from the grocery store and just make it whenever. I love stuffing. It is my favorite part of the meal. And this is a true story. It's funny you asked this question. So we're at my wife's family's house, so my in-laws' house, which means like you can't ask the questions always that might rattle cages a little bit. Like you want to be as buttoned up and as polite as you can. So I'm like wandering around the kitchen trying to survey what's coming up, and I don't see stuffing. And so like I walk out to my wife who's out by my in-laws' pool, and I said, we got a problem. There's no stuffing here. And she goes, I thought it was on the list. And like, I'm sad. I am actually sitting there like, wow. All right, how do I put on the good face through this and pretend like the mashed potatoes and the turkey make up for it? And then I noticed that there was one last pan with foil over the top that I hadn't been able to investigate yet, that I hadn't seen. And I lift up the foil and I see that it's stuffing. And then I walk back out and I whisper to my wife, crisis averted. So we're good. So to your question, you're asking the wrong guy, because I'll eat it at any point of the year. But I think it kind of emphasizes your question. Why do we not as a society eat it more? So, feel free to drop your heat questions, but your food questions, I think, are more pertinent today in the chat right now as we're going along here. And by the way, please make sure to hit the like button. That does us a huge favor. And all your questions, all that, we like to keep this interactive. So, Ira, how do you do Thanksgiving when you're on the road, by the way? I've wanted to know that.
Honestly, I don't. We always delay it. I mean, on this trip, actually, what I did is I flew back yesterday. I'm going to take my mom out today. My family's up in Jersey with my in-laws. So I told my mom, go to your friend's house yesterday. I'll take care of you today. After the show, I'm going to take her out for lunch. So we'll do it delayed. The one thing when you've been on the road for 34 years is the family understands there's a lot of time shifting for holidays, whether it's birthdays, anniversaries, or other things. Invariably, my wife will immediately look at the schedule, see February 14th is not a home game, not be very happy. And let's face it, Clay, you know the same thing in Local 10. You might be able to say, hey, we have a special thing. We have my daughter's birthday. I need this day off, my anniversary, even Christmas, something else. You can't pull you can't pull the Valentine's Day card. You can't say, you know what, I cannot work. That is a non-starter as far as covering the heat. I know they've got a big game back in Toronto for Kyle's return, but I can't do it. So there's certain things I think my wife has to be as on board as me. True story. I'm not a pathetic person, but I can play one in this role every now and then. So I come back late yesterday from Minnesota. Actually, Delta has a nonstop flight from Minneapolis every day except Thanksgiving. So when I called Delta, I said, I want to take the 9 o'clock nonstop. They say it does not operate on Thanksgiving. So I got back late last night. My wife, who's just the greatest ever, said, don't worry, I got you covered. Open the freezer. Yep. Stouffer's turkey dinner in there. So nice. I was the guy who ate the TV dinner for Thanksgiving. make it up with my mom today, make it up with my family down the road. But you know what? 34 years on the road, and it literally at the airport, Clay, yesterday was like the walk of the pathetic people. And the people I felt the worst for, Minneapolis airport yesterday, there was a flight delayed to LA, first for 2 hours and then for 4 hours. Well, with the time change, you make 2 hours up going west, even from Minneapolis. So I'm sure there were plenty of people who were going to go out there, still wind up in LA by noon or so and have their Thanksgiving. And then they tell them the flight doesn't leave till 5. And what do? They walk around with a cart of chips and cheese nips to try to make up for the whole thing. So you know what? All in all, I'm not complaining about my lot in life, but it was me and a bunch of sad people connecting through Atlanta yesterday.
So we're not going to complain about what we've seen from the Heat so far this season, but I think there are some. I don't know if we go as far as to say concerns, but some things that they've got to get fixed. And I want to start with one because somebody asked this question during the chat. And I think Sidal asked this, but I want to get your thoughts on this because it's something that's become a thing on social media as well. What are you seeing with Bam Adebayo? Like, is there a common theme? Because he starts off beginning of the year, and I think you're starting to see some of the things that we had heard he was working on, and he looks a lot more aggressive. And then I think as time has gone on, he's looking a little bit more like he's showing some of the flashes of some of the things that we saw last year and the year before. And people are asking, why isn't he being as aggressive? And is this, Ira, I want to get your take on this, and maybe this is info-based, maybe this is you seeing him up close. Do you think the knee is playing a role in some of what we're seeing right now? Is there a lack of explosiveness there? Is there something that you're noticing with Bam in some of these struggles? It's a common theme.
Yeah, there's two parts to that, Clay. And the first part is this. The Heat are almost anti-injury. I mean, they can't pretend they don't happen. But there became a point when I was covering this team along the way in recent years where the team even came over to us and said, stop asking about the question. Stop harping on that. Pat Riley can't stand another story about injuries. Right, focus on who was there instead of who is not there and go in that direction instead. So the Heat downplay it, which is fine. And I think that's professional not to complain, just like you. Oh, work was tough. I was sick today. The kids were ill. It was a tough day. We all have our
There was no stuffing.
Or no stuffing until I found it in the last container. But this is the kind of thing Eric Spoelstra was very honest about. It says he needs some time off. He needs to rest it. They're holding him out of shoot-arounds. They hold him out of the occasional game, but they can't give him probably the 2 weeks. What we were told was really fascinating when they said he does his pregame workout with Malik Allen, and only then does he go and see the trainer, and they actually measure his knee for the degree of swelling to see if he could play. So number one, it's real. Number two, they're downplaying it, and Bam is downplaying it. This is not a whiner. This is not oh, my aching knee, because NBA, everyone has some sort of tendonitis. Everyone has an issue. So I think you're spot on there that the knee is an issue. They're downplaying it. I think that's sort of, a good thing that he's not making excuses. We can't stand excuses, in any line of work. Number two is the player combinations. Bam used to be out there in a lineup where there was him and Jimmy as sort of the scorers, and that's it. Goran Dragic would play off the bench, the offensive-minded point guard. Well, all of a sudden now you have Kyle Lowry in that mix in the first five. I think Bam can be a little bit too deferential and always has been. And that's been a good thing to this point. But if he wants to take the next step, then I think Bam Adebayo needs to have that aggression. Sometimes you see early and then it fades away later in games. I mean, last game, let's face it, he was 4 of 11 from the free throw line in the first half. You get those points. He's an 82% free throw shooter going into that game. There's a completely different complexion going into the third and fourth quarters of that game. You have a little bit more of a comfort zone. But then again, the other part of this is when you and I were talking at the start of the season, and we said, there's a chance that he could have 3 All-Stars with Jimmy, with Kyle, with Bam. Bam's not playing at All-Star level right now. Probably if you and I had to reorder the Heat's All-Star candidates, it'd probably be Jimmy Butler number 1 or Tyler Hero number 1. Kyle Lowry has been okay, has not been great. Bam has just been a guy. They coalesce and work together mostly, but Bam is not playing at the elite level right now. I think the knee has a lot to do with that. I think the adjustment to a different type of lineup, also with Jimmy scoring more and not being as much of a facilitator, also has had Bam step back. Bam's got to stop being deferential. He has to go back into attack mode. We saw how much attack mode mattered in Minnesota with Anthony Edwards and guys who were aggressive and playing with aggression.
And just to be clear here, we're not sitting here saying that we're not overreacting to the first part of the season and saying Tyler Hero is a better overall player than Bam Adebayo. But I saw some Twitter poll like who has a higher ceiling, Tyler Hero or Bam Adebayo. Let's slow down with that. That's not what we're saying here. What we're saying is in the roles that they are currently given on this team and how it manifests itself relative to all-star voting and frankly value to the team right now based on how they are currently playing. Tyler Hero saved them. He won them the game in Detroit. He was the only reason why they were in the game in Indiana earlier this year. You can pick out other games where he's come in and they don't win ball games unless he's on the floor. So just to make that distinction there, nobody's sitting here saying that Tyler Hero is a better overall player than Bam. But over the last few weeks, you can easily make the case that he has been the more valuable player on the team. And that's what I'm kind of searching for reasons why, because I don't think we're saying that as much relative to Tyler Hero and how well he's playing, because I think we all know that. It's where is this regression for Bam and where is that coming from? And I want to hit on something you just said, Ira. And we got a lot to get to, by the way. We're going to talk about the upcoming schedule. I want to talk about that Minnesota game and how much did emotion kind of play a role in that. But the Bam thing is something that because you see it constantly as a theme, I wanted to hit on at the top of the show here. You mentioned with Bam, he's not somebody who's going to complain about anything. He's not going to make excuses. I will say, and I can't stand it when people do this, so I'm going to do something that I myself can't stand. So there's my thing I'm going to put out there first. I've got a bad knee. I've got tendonitis that flares up a lot there. I clearly don't have to go out and perform at the level that these professional athletes do. But I will say that when it flares up, you feel like you can't move. You feel like there are certain things that your knee can't do. So again, it's not a matter of, oh, he can't play through the pain. Oh, he can't do this. Oh, he can't do that. No, it's the knee kind of, it helps the entire body function on some level. So
hey, Clay, if I can interrupt you for 1 second before you continue that thought, and then someone like who has a bad knee, like you knows this, especially cold weather.
That's a great point.
Yes. It was 12 degrees. I know it was 12 degrees because I had to walk back to my hotel. It was 12 degrees in Minneapolis on a lot of the arenas we go in now. And again, folks, we're not making excuses. We're just trying to point things out to you. A lot of the arenas we go to now also are ice arenas, like when we went to Detroit. So you have the ice under the surface. Hockey has started also. That affects it. There are some frigid buildings we go in. I mean, I've learned the trick over the year is the double sock trick. So when you're sitting on the floor in these buildings, you're not absolutely freezing. So like my wife always goes to me, why are you putting on a pair of socks under your socks? I go, hey, I'm just getting ready for when I go to Detroit and Chicago and places like that. So just to get back to your point, not only is it a knee, but it's a knee in weather, and also, Clay, as someone who deals with it, traveling in a pressurized cabin in an airplane also. Sometimes they even tell you don't travel when you have those issues.
And so I'm glad you brought that up because I was about to say when you mentioned the cold weather, with me, it's not even necessarily about how cold it gets. There's some mornings I can wake up and I can say, oh, we got a cold front. The pressure's changed in the weather because I can feel it and I can get up. So again, I'm not trying to compare myself at all to that, but I can see where as a professional athlete, where you have to be at your best. And there are certain things that, like if you're a professional athlete, your body's a fine-tuned machine. And if you can tell, if it feels like you can't move a certain direction, everything's going to be off. And I saw somebody mention that even Bam's free throws and even some of the jump shots are off. Look, he's not going to make excuses, but I can see a world where if you're Bam and if your leg feels like you're not getting that sort of explosiveness, and these guys are creatures of habit. I mean, the stroke is what it is, and you're used to getting a certain level of explosiveness. So that's something to me, Ira, and again, this is why I bring it up. I would almost look at resting him for a while. I would almost look at putting him on the shelf for a few weeks, and only because I think we've seen what this Heat team is. I think we've seen that when everybody is healthy and when everybody is clicking, that they're good enough. And I do think there's some things they got to fix and some things that you mentioned in the crossover, but I think they're good enough. I'm confident that if they have everybody healthy at the end of it, but I don't want Bam dealing with this all year. And I especially don't want him dealing with this in April, in May, potentially in June. I want to see Bam healthy, and I want to see him go out there and be the Bam Adebayo that we all know that he can be.
Yeah, that's some really good points. And again, you have to find that spot in the schedule. And Clay, based on the fact they're 6-1 at home and 6-6 on the road, I know Heat fans do not want to hear that. Maybe you do that for home games. Maybe you do that when you already have your built-in comfort zone anyway, and you go in that direction, and maybe you sit him out at home so he's not traveling. He's not dealing with this in hotels. He's taking care of it. And maybe part B of this is this. Maybe you only can do that when Markieff Morris comes back.
That's a great
because
one.
then you have another guy for the power rotation. Right now, you'd start with Dwayne Dedmon, but then you'd probably go to Omer Yurtseven. And let's face it, wonderful prospect, but not ready at the moment. But if you have Markieff Morris back, then all of a sudden you could start Dedmon. You could play PJ Tucker up. You could bring in Markieff Morris. He's played some center. He can play big. He's a physical guy, and you can do that. But without Markieff, all of a sudden that power rotation, unless you go back to the Udonis Haslem uneven minutes, you wind up in that situation. So maybe it is as simple as that. I think, and we'll talk about this later because it's juicy stuff. If Markieff Morris comes back against Denver and Jokic on Monday, then you can move your rotation a little. It's interesting. For all the excuses or stuff we're talking about of why the Heat are struggling, don't understate the Markieff Morris absence. We're talking a prime top 8 rotation player will have missed 10 games by the time he misses Saturday in Chicago, tomorrow in Chicago. I think that's a factor also. Again, not an excuse. Pat Riley will not tolerate excuses, but a reality.
A reality. And you're talking about somebody in the front court when you're already dealing with Bam fighting through this. And, so I think absolutely there's some ways to see how this would change. Okay, getting some of the questions here. By the way, thank you for dropping these questions. It's really helpful for us. Clemente says, it's okay to criticize players, and Bam can't be just okay. He needs to be better for our team because we're not going to beat teams like the Warriors or Denver or Bucks that have true centers unless he is. And by the way, I agree 100%. And this is where it's hard because you can criticize the play of the player, but I also think there are valid reasons why he's not playing the way that he needs to play in order for this team to be what they have to be. And so I agree with you. He's not himself. He's not playing at the level that he needs to play at. How do you get him to that level? What is the solution? And, based on what I've seen, it just feels to me like he's just not himself out there. And so I wanted to ask you, what are you seeing with the knee injury? And what are you hearing? And I found that fascinating, what you just said, that he goes out there and works out with Malik Allen, and then they measure the level of swelling around the knee. That's nuts to me. Okay, one more before we get to break here. Who was it that brought this up? Start Pup said, we wouldn't be having this conversation if Duncan were hitting the shots like he's supposed to. We're only losing by 3 in every game. I mean, yeah, look, Duncan has certainly struggled. And, he's had a couple of games. They don't win the game in Utah if he isn't hitting like he is. So, but yeah, I mean, there is a world where this Heat team can get to a different level. I'm hesitant to blame him at this point when we know what the issue is there. I'm more curious about, like with Bam, why are we not seeing it? Daryl says people need to stop making excuses for Bam. Even before he got injured, he would still have games where he wouldn't show up. No, this year we saw a new Bam early in the season, but then something happened on the West Coast trip, and I think it may have been in LA, and then you could tell that something just wasn't right with the knee. So yeah, you're right. That was the question about Bam before. But this year we hadn't seen that Bam. We hadn't seen Bam. He had been showing the aggression. He had been showing kind of what everybody had been asking him, Ira. And so that's why I want to put this to you as somebody who's really close to the team. And that's where I found it interesting, all the things that you've been saying about what's been different since then.
Yeah, and again, I think it's as simple as an injury. They're not talking about, they're downplaying, but that's why, Clay, we live on these injury reports, every half hour through the day to see what Bam's going to be listed for the current game. Honestly, I'm sitting here on a Friday waiting to see what the injury report is for Saturday in Chicago. And again, Chicago's playing a back-to-back. They're in Orlando Friday night on tonight. So how are they going to approach it? And I think the Heat's reactive there also. But I think you want your roster whole because it's easier to do stuff. Hey, maybe Victor Oladipo is only a month away. He comes back. You have more of a guard-oriented attack. You could play a big, rebounding big like Dedmon, go in a different direction. Bam gets his vacation there. So I will talk to Bam. I will ask him when he's buying that plane ticket to Cabo, and then we'll know from there when he's going to take his time.
All right, so that's enough about Bam for now. I want to get into what we saw in Minnesota, and I want to know if this is a bigger question with the Heat, Ira. Is this Heat team too emotional? We're going to get to that on the other side, right here on Inside the Paint.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Welcome back Inside the Paint. Ira Winderman is getting set to be on the road with the Heat and getting set for the big game coming up against the Chicago Bulls. And Ira, I want to talk about what we saw over this past week, and in particular the game in Minnesota. And the game in Detroit, it felt like a team, it was one of those games where you're watching the Heat and you're just kind of waiting for them to wake up. Mm-hmm. And they didn't until Tyler Hero went out there and kind of saved their bacon a little bit in the second half. The Minnesota game was one where you're watching it early on, you're like, okay, well, they're going to be fine. You could tell that they're the more polished team. They're not the athletic team that Minnesota is. And then something started turning there in the third quarter. And it was a combination from what I saw, Ira, of, you said Minnesota being the more athletic team. They were able to, when Miami had some holes, some lanes, they were able to be explosive enough to exploit that. You have a big man, a really versatile big man in Karl Anthony Towns. Anthony Edwards, I think, energized the entire world, much less just that arena, by the dunk that apparently wasn't because of the offensive foul call. And yet, Ira, the thing that I came away kind of scratching my head a little bit was Jimmy Butler was challenged in that game. Anthony Edwards gets in his face. You have the entire arena chanting about apparently chanting about a certain broadcaster and some connection to Jimmy Butler, and feel free to go and search that yourself. But I mean, it was one of those things where if you're Jimmy Butler, like you're being challenged out there, and it's the one thing that Jimmy Butler, we've always seen him respond to. And then Ira, he goes out there in the fourth quarter, he puts up a goose egg. It was, I mean, you look at his stat sheet in the fourth quarter, no points. He had 1 assist, and that was it. That was the only thing you could see. So he gets challenged, and then all of a sudden he does nothing in the fourth quarter. So Ira, I ask you this. Did the Heat let their emotions get the best of them in that game to where the combination of the officiating, which I understand, you weren't getting the calls that you wanted, Minnesota being more physical and more athletic and pushing you around, was that a case of them being overly emotional, or did they not just meet the level of emotion that Minnesota was putting out there and do the things that they needed to do in order to win that game? What did you see?
It's interesting. I'm going to tie that into another name, Clay, and that's Kyle Lowry, and even what he told us. And he said, look, if I didn't have those 5 fouls and I was out there, it wouldn't have got that emotional because we still would have had the lead and they wouldn't have been able to gain that momentum. So again, it's a different Jimmy Butler this year. Jimmy Butler was Jimmy create your own shot Butler this year, last season, sort of do it on your own. However, this season, he even said, I have more of a scoring bent. Kyle's getting me in the right position. I'm able to play a little bit more in that direction. I think when Kyle was off the floor, again, Gabe Vincent statistically had a good game. I think Gabe Vincent defensively competed, but he's not a setup man. He's not a point guard who gets you in the right spots. And this is something, and I wrote it in my Winterman's View blog after the game, another moment when they're without Kyle and they have no direction. So when you have no direction, all of a sudden is Jimmy forcing shots sort of out of his wheelhouse because he's been moved out of there, Clay. So all of a sudden when you are playing 19, 18 games in a certain style, unlike the last couple of seasons, more as a scorer, playing off of Kyle Lowry, and Kyle's not there, you're in trouble. Again, this goes back to a common theme on our Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint shows, and it's this. They don't have another setup man point guard. Gabe Vincent played his best ball in that game, Clay, when he was playing alongside Kyle Lowry, when he's able to set up more in his shooting rhythm for his three-pointers. So I think what happened to Jimmy was a function of they have offense A with Kyle Lowry, pretty good offense. They have offense B without Kyle Lowry, pretty not good offense. And I think Jimmy got caught up in that, and his shooting spots and his driving lanes and all that weren't there because Kyle wasn't setting him up. I think the Heat need to have a plan B. I've said the plan B is bringing in another experienced playmaker. The Heat have said their plan B is going back to Jimmy facilitating or going back to Bam facilitating. I contend it's hard to flip the switch. And Clay, that might have been the best example. Look at where the Heat were with Kyle Lowry in that game. They had built a 12-point lead. They had built a 7-point lead. They were in good shape all these losses, even in Washington. This team has been leading late in all these games, but it's just a matter of closing them. I don't know if the Heat can close without Kyle Lowry. I love having a player that's that important to your team. It means he's meaningful. It means the acquisition was the right one, but there has to be a plan B. You're talking about giving Bam Adebayo time off because of the knee. I'm saying Kyle Lowry's 35. He's going to need his own time off, and I don't see that plan B. It's really weird. They're kind of rudderless without Kyle Lowry. The entire game changed on that offensive foul, the illegal screen they called on Kyle. Then it got to the point where when Kyle got his 6th foul, which was a foul, Eric Spoelstra challenged on the hope and a prayer that maybe there'd be some video angle that would save him. So he knew how important it was. Remember, when Kyle went out with the 6th foul, it was a 3-point game. So in theory, it was going to go right to the finish. Might have been an out-of-bounds call, might have been a block charge, but Eric Spoelstra used his challenge there because he realized none of that would matter as much as keeping Kyle in the game. There's just not a plan B there. Again, I know, folks, this is not Pallet Rack City from a week or 2 or 3 or 4 weeks ago, but like I've said, every other player on this roster, to a degree, starter at least, is replaceable in that. If Bam goes out, okay, you can play Dwayne Dedmon. If PJ Tucker's not available, when he's healthy, you have Markieff Morris. If Duncan Robinson's not making shots, Max Strus can make shots. If Tyler Hero is not playing, perhaps you're getting a little bit more from a Gabe Vincent or someone like that. There's no playmaking replacement for Kyle Lowry on this roster, and it showed at the end of the game. So you're looking at Jimmy Butler not scoring. I'm looking at no one there helping setting Jimmy Butler up for something more than those crappy jumpers he wound up settling for, not even getting to the foul line.
And that's a great point. And regardless of what it is, so what you're saying, and I think this kind of answers the question that I had out there. You can look at the emotions of that game. You can look at the swings and the fact that the Heat are getting. I mean, the Heat's manhood was challenged. I mean, you had Anthony Edwards getting in Jimmy Butler's face and Jimmy barking back at him or staring him down and getting back in his face and all that. But none of that means anything if you don't perform in the fourth quarter. So it was two different elements, is what you're saying. The emotion was one part of it. But then the strategic element of not having Kyle Lowry out there and not having a viable solution when he's not out there. So it's not so much that the emotion overtook them. It's that, hey, when Lowry is out, it's a strategic thing where the drop-off is so significant in their play. And Ira, look, all you have to do is you go back to the game they lost in Indiana. They were lost the entire game offensively. And you mentioned the other night it was more staggering because you saw it in game where Kyle Lowry is in, things are clicking, he goes out and they lose the game. So, I think that's something that we watch for the rest of the year. And I've said this, and I think I've said this since before the season started. The concerns about this Heat team, I think our best case scenario for this team has been validated in that when everything is clicking, and when everybody is healthy and you hope that they're that way come playoff time, they can beat anybody. They can absolutely beat anybody. And I would contend that they are contenders when they're all healthy. And yet
they're tied for second place in the East. It's like
yes.
The sky is not falling,
No,
people. They just had a rough loss against a streaking team that happens in the NBA. They have a 6-1 home record. Clay, what this means more than anything is get a damn top 4 seed because you are so much better at home, or at least are showing it at the moment that's something you absolutely should strive for. We've spoken about just avoid a top 7 seed or 8 seed and being in the play-in, but you could see how home court is mattering also. And again, in all these bad, quote, bad road losses, they're leading in the fourth quarter. They've shown enough through 36, 38, 40, 42 minutes that they can play with all these teams. They're not just bringing it home at the finish on the road, and that's the next step for this team also.
And by the way, Ira, I would contend that it's been one of my concerns for a while. Concern isn't the right word, but I need to see this team win a game in that scenario. And again, and I'm not talking about like the game against Utah where like you're leading by a lot in the third, fourth quarter, and then they chip away, and then all of a sudden you have to get a defensive stop at the end. I want to see this team go out there and win one of those games where it's a back and forth. The lead changes hands in the last 2 minutes a number of times, and then you're having to come up with a number of different late game plays that you succeed in executing, and you get the shots that you want and you win the ball game. We haven't seen that yet, but I think that's a different discussion.
And that was the end of the game in Washington on Saturday when Jimmy Butler dribbled to nothing at the end of the game, and they wound up with nothing, and it took a heave by Bam with 0.2 of a second to hit the back iron. They had their chances in that game. That was closing time. That was clutch time, and they didn't answer the bell in that one. You're absolutely correct.
And by the way, I would argue in that game too that game did not bother me as much as the Minnesota game, because the Washington game, I want to be honest, when the refs are doing a terrible job, whatever. That Washington game, Ira, there were points in that fourth quarter where they let a lot of Washington stuff go. I remember there was one play distinctly where the ball's rolling at half court. Jimmy Butler would have had a clear, fast break the other way. Bradley Beal dives and swipes and takes out Jimmy's foot, knocks him on the ground. The refs don't call anything. And it was like, okay, that one, I remember at the end of that game and just feeling like, man, that stunk that they lost that one. That one just felt like.
And here's another one for Angry Media Man, since we're going to play that role until we go out of this segment right here. I don't care. I don't give a rat's butt what the NBA said on the Spencer Dinwiddie travel.
Oh, yeah. Give me a break.
You're talking 5 steps. You're talking left, right, left on the pivot foot. I mean, Ruth Riley Hunter on the Heat postgame show pointed it out, and she doesn't make excuses. She's a former player. She knows you're not going to get all the calls. But to me, if that wasn't the most egregious travel in the first place, I mean, that's all we did was ask people in the postgame about that. And then for the NBA to come out and say he never had the gather. So literally, if I get this correct, Clay, and I'm not a referee, but I play one on the Pallet Rack City inside the paint. If I go down the court and juggle the ball, I never have to dribble it, and I can keep running because I've never had the gather. Then he winds up changing his pivot foot, but they're saying the change of the pivot foot was on the pass. There was like 5 things you could dissect on that play. Again, It's a 1-point game Heat ball, if they call the travel. Instead, Kuzma to the line, 2 free throws, a 3-point game. Matter of fact, I'm not sure, Clay, and we can actually track this on our weekly shows here at Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint. I'm not sure I'm going to see a more egregious call that I disagree with the NBA ruling than that travel. I bet you if you put Spencer Dinwiddie on the lie detector and said, okay, sit there, answer this question. Did you travel? I traveled. I admit it. Of course he traveled.
And of course, look, Ira, we're not sitting here complain. It does no good to sit here and complain about officiating, days after the fact.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is that game didn't concern me that much. You would just beat them the night before in Milwaukee. Was it in Miami? Was it 2 days before or the day before? 2 days before in Miami.
You beat them on Thursday, lost on Saturday, right?
Yeah, and so that game didn't concern me as much. The outing in Detroit, I'm sitting there like, what? They need to wake up. That's okay. It's one game. They'll be fine. The game in Minnesota was where you start to wonder, okay, what are the answers to this? And I think you've given some very valid answers to what we saw in that game, and now they get a chance coming up against Chicago to really make a statement. We'll get to that game coming up in the last segment here. But getting some of the questions here, Daryl, as far as the game against the Wolves, part of being a team is stepping up if your main guys are out and in foul trouble. This is when Bam and others need to do more. Look, I think, and again, Daryl, I know you're staying on this point about Bam. Bam's not himself right now. And, he's not going to make excuses. The team's not going to make excuses. But the guy's going out there, and he's giving everything that he's got. He's just not – the mobility is not what it needs to be right now, which means you're either going to get a lesser Bam because he's physically not where he needs to be, or you need to rest the guy. And so that's where I think Ira's point about they were a rudderless ship when Kyle Lowry went out of that game. To me, that was the bigger point there. Getting some of these start pups, I think a John Wall buyout would help out a lot. And Ira, we've gone through the machinations of this on previous episodes of this show, but yes, a buyout would help a lot. The Heat also have to get on the other side to where they would be able to afford without going into the tax, or they have to just decide we're going to go all in and we're willing to go into the tax for this team. But I would wonder, and you tell me if there's any sense of this, I would wonder if they're starting to see that their solution of making Jimmy do more facilitating when Kyle's out, making Bam do more facilitating when Kyle's out. Do you think there's a sense that they're starting to see that may not be the best solution for this team moving forward?
I don't. Matter of fact, I think the opposite. I think maybe that's something they get to in practice. Maybe they sort of have Kyle practice and non-Kyle practice and say, hey, we're mature enough. We're professionals. We should be able to adjust just like a football team adjusts between the running and the passing game if they have to, or just their defense between blitzing and non-blitzing. Maybe they need to have first 30 minutes Kyle practice, second 30 minutes non-Kyle practice, and have both of those games in there and say, okay, today we're playing 21-22 ball. Now we're going to try some, 2019, 2020 ball and just go in that direction. Maybe that's what they need to do also. So they have both at their disposal. Again, like we mentioned in the crosstalk with Big O at the top of the show, is maybe you need to have more than one way to win once opponents start doing the scatter report and know who you are, or else opponents are going to wait till Kyle's out and boom, try to seize the moment there.
But by the way, that's what good teams do, and that's what great teams do. And I will say this: I'm not saying that this team isn't a great team. What I'm saying is they're still figuring themselves out. Sure. And they need to figure out what that way is
at the quarter pole. Absolutely. They're the quarter pole of the season. Yeah.
So, all right, we're going to get to the upcoming schedule coming up, Ira, because this is a big game coming up in Chicago, and it's one of those where the Heat have risen to the occasion in some of these measuring stick games so far this year, which makes you feel good about what the playoffs could look like at this point. Ira, we're going to break down this game and what we expect to see from the Heat coming up in Chicago. That's coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support. For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com. or InterMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727. Or online at adreamlending.com. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Home stretch here of Inside the Paint, and I love the Ira glasses snatch right there. I think it's like it's become a trademark of this show. Feel free to drop your questions. Last segment of the show, you guys have been great so far, and hope you guys all had a happy Thanksgiving. So we got the Bulls game coming up, Ira, and I'll say this: that's been the team I think that may have surprised me the most. Not that I didn't think that they would be good. I thought that the talent level had certainly risen, but how quickly that team has coalesced, and also the fact that they've found a role for DeMar DeRozan to go out there and look a lot like the DeMar DeRozan from his Toronto days, and the way that he's been able to implement his game and how it's all worked together really well with Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine's still out there, and he's doing all this with a broken thumb, right? Or broken finger. Yes. What they're doing right now is incredibly impressive. So, Ira, based on what you've seen from this Bulls team, where do you think the Heat can attack them? What do you think the Heat do strategically that could give Chicago some problems, and then we'll flip that around and where the Bulls may give the Heat some problems? We'll start on that end. How can the Heat counter what we've seen from the Bulls so far this year?
Well, first of all, I think it's the same hidden ball trick that they used against Charlotte when they tried to slow and effectively, to a degree, did with LaMelo Ball, is they've got to keep them out of transition. They can't play that kind of game. I know the Heat like to run, and that's fine, but get back so they can't run at you. Clay, this is another schedule game. Look, we could talk about the Minnesota game and saying, hey, they arrived late from Detroit. They were on the road. They lost their legs at the end of the game. Well, tonight, Chicago has a very emotional game. They're in Orlando, and Nikola Vucevic will be back in the lineup, or at least is scheduled as we tape this right now, and that's going to be an emotional moment for them also. I think if I'm the Bulls and I'm Billy Donovan, I'm saying, look, we have this back-to-back on the road in Orlando, home against the Heat. If there's a gettable game for sure in these two, it's the Orlando game. So let's put everything, in there, and let's make sure we win the Orlando game. Come back, pretty long trip overnight, have to face the Heat, and we'll deal with that. The Heat have to take care of these schedule games. Minnesota was lying in wait. They didn't play on Tuesday night when the Heat was in Detroit. They clearly came out with the fresher legs, and then we saw they wore the Heat down. So I think you have to play the schedule if you're the Heat. You have been off Thursday stuffing your faces at Kyle Lowry's party. Jimmy Butler's been back in his own bed. Okay, You'll sweat that off today. They're practicing at the Bulls practice facility. Then you come into the United Center on Saturday. You have to seize these moments. And if you don't, you fall to 6-7 on the road. And then the road doubts re-enter the equation. And you know what, Clay? After they get back from this 9-day trip, they play Denver. They have a home game on Monday. I believe they have Cleveland on Wednesday, and they're back out at Indy and Milwaukee on a back-to-back. That's going to be challenging also. You have to seize moments when the schedule favors you. So I think as much as anything the Bulls throw at him, whether it's Zach LaVine, who was, of course, traded for Jimmy Butler in the Minnesota-Chicago trade. So again, there are statements to be made. You have to take care of the moment. You have 2 days off. You have Bam gets the swelling down on that knee. You're going to get Sunday off anyway. I think it's a game that the schedule favors the Heat to a degree. I'll be curious what the line is. I guarantee it's lower than it would be in a typical situation. There are matchups there to take advantage of. Bam's quickness against Vucevic. Bam can get out and cover the jumper. The Heat should be able to put Jimmy on Zach LaVine. Kyle, okay, we'll see at his age what he does against Lonzo Ball, who's been playing terrific. But the Heat should be in good shape if they're ready for the moment. If the Heat are looking at it as, it's the last day of a 9-day trip, it's the 4th game on the road, can't wait to get home. If they have that kind of attitude, 1, they're in trouble, but 2, they're not who we thought they were in terms of their veteran mental toughness.
And this is where it gives you a little bit of confidence, the fact that they've been able to rise to the occasion in these, maybe statement game isn't right, measuring stick type games so far to this point in the season. Look what they did against Milwaukee. Look what they did against Brooklyn. Look what they did against Charlotte when everybody was talking about Charlotte. Washington, at the time that they played Washington, the first game, Washington was the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. The Heat outclassed them in the first game. They looked like they were going to do it in the second night in Washington until officiating happened. So
and 3-pointers and bang bang bang.
Yes, but I guess the point being, like, you don't look at that and say, okay, that loss. The measuring stick game so far, the Heat have risen to the occasion. So this game is another chance. It is a measuring stick game,
yes.
And I'm glad you mentioned Lonzo Ball. I think he's one of the better stories so far early in this NBA season. A guy who, he came into the league with all this fanfare and a lot of hype, and a lot of that was because of LeVar Ball going on every talk show, and the numbers and his performance and his production didn't quite match up. So I think he was largely forgotten about. He ends up in New Orleans. The role that they've got him in Chicago now, by the way, he deserves a ton of credit for working on his shot.
Yes.
He seems to have he's found that footing there. I don't know that he's ever going to be the elite player that was potentially, quote unquote, worthy of being a top 3 pick in the NBA draft. And yet you're seeing a guy right now who can be a real difference maker on a challenging team. I know you made the distinction there between challenging and contending team before we got rolling here. So Ira, all that to say, this is a team that could pose a lot of problems. It's a team that the Heat could absolutely see down the line if they end up in one of those top 4 seeds and they get into the playoffs and they have home court advantage. And you're playing a Bulls team that, even though they've got DeMar DeRozan, but they've got a lot of guys with young legs.
And you know what? In our typical third segment, it looks like Clay is briefly disconnected. So you know what, Clay? I'm going to answer that point and those 3 points you made right there. First of all, when I look at Lonzo Ball, I look at someone who reminds me a little bit, and Lonzo Ball reminding me of Jason Kidd and how he grew as a player. That at first he was a quick player who was able to get to the cup, didn't have to shoot, and then all of a sudden Lonzo Ball came around like Jason Kidd and realized the 3-pointer or the outside shot has to be part of it. That's number 1. It's a team asking Lonzo, I think, to be something different than he was. Chicago's letting him be himself. The point about Heat toughness in this moment, they've had 3 back-to-backs on the closing on the road this season. They went into Memphis after the home win in Charlotte, played very well, won without Bam. That's a good sign. They played the Clippers on the second night of a back-to-back at Staples Center after losing to the Lakers. They were up 17. They collapsed. And then the game in Minnesota. Can they go to school on those last 2 games? And here's another sort of interesting element about Heat Bulls when it comes to the teams playing Saturday at the United Center. Clay, this is the Tampa Bowl. These are 2 teams still under investigation by the NBA because of the timing of their prime free agent signings. The Bulls with Lonzo Ball, the Heat with Kyle Lowry. This case is still ongoing. Both of these teams could lose first-round picks, maybe this season's first-round picks. So they're a little bit on pins and needles. both of these teams might lose an asset to the degree that they better have enough right now. So based on how the Bulls handled free agency, based on how the Heat handled free agency, even though the game is an 8 p.m. tip, maybe this team start the game at 7:45 since they're going to just jump the gun again.
You've been saving that joke, man. You've had that.
I said as soon as Clay disappears from the screen, I'm going to go with the A-list stuff. So we're there. So
okay, so that's the game I'm most interested in. Like, I know the game coming up on Monday night is the one that's juicier.
I'm plenty interested in that. Don't kid yourself. Yeah, I'm Clay. I am plenty interested in that game. And again, as you freeze over there on that side of the screen,
more come out and perform this game.
I still think when you look right now at the Denver game, though, and as much as you might say, hey, it's different teams, a different time, Markieff might not even wind up playing in that game. I still think when you look at the situation there and you're looking at what Denver might or might not have going with Nikola Jokic playing, he's had some injuries. It'll be a nice emotional night. Look, this is what Heat history is about. This goes back to the Knicks series and all those games also, and the way they played against New York. So I think when you look at it, this is what Heat fans live for, is these moments of contentiousness. So, will Middle Finger Lady show up? The one when Joakim Noah was walked off the court in that Bulls series. The Heat have had a way of handling these moments. I can tell you this, and I've been told this, security will be on high alert because the Jokic brothers might be in the crowd. I think it's going to be a really fun night.
I know the Jokic brothers are awfully intimidating. Udonis Haslem's got a lot of family members in South Florida too. Okay, I think you could have
some Rottweilers at his Southwest Branch's estate if he has to bring. Exactly.
Yeah, like that. The Heat have their dogs in the kennel. Udonis Haslem has his actual dogs
in the kennel.
He could have ready to roll in that game. But the emotion of that game, and to me, I am expecting the Heat to come out energized and be the tougher, more physical team in that. But you can envision a world where we're sitting here talking about that bad loss to Minnesota, but you can envision a world where if they go out there and they win this measuring stick game coming up against the Bulls, and then find a way to come out and get some get back against Denver and get a little bit of revenge and beat one of the better teams in the Western Conference, you can be talking about a scenario where we're feeling a whole lot differently about this team coming up. And by we, I mean the general we. I don't think you and I are overreacting to any of this stuff. I think we're trying to figure out, okay, what went wrong in Minnesota.
It's social media. Social media always is going to live in the moment. Matter of fact, social media is living in the moment in real time. So as the game is going up and down in Minnesota, they're reacting accordingly also. We come from a football environment down here. Football's still king. So there's only 17 games, in the NFL. There's 12 games in college. Every game means that much more. Like we've stated through this show on the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, the Heat are at the quarter pole. This is when you're figuring and getting an idea where you are. Most people will say standing-wise, if you're in good shape at the quarter pole, you're going to be in good shape in the final standings. They're in good shape. They're tied for second place in their conference. They've just been very uneven over the last 2 or so weeks. So you want to regain a degree of stability. Again, the Markieff Morris absence, don't downplay that. The Bam Adebayo need, don't downplay that. Everyone is going through stuff. And Clay, what the Heat haven't had yet, and unfortunately looks like every team is going to deal with it, is that one COVID absence.
Yeah.
When you have Nikola Vucevic, who's missed 2 weeks. When you're at Chris Middleton, who's missed 2 weeks. When you have Nicholas Batum, who is now out. Joel Embiid, same situation. So when you have these situations, you have to sort of build equity for it. So Saturday in Chicago, equity game. Bulls on the second night of a back-to-back. Monday against Denver, equity game, getting some revenge. You need to keep building the equity because Heat fans, if you thought this was tough times is when the Heat issue a release and it includes the term health and safety protocols. Because that's when you might lose someone also. You've got to keep building your equity early.
So, Ira, we're getting a lot of questions in the chat about Duncan Robinson. What are you seeing from him? And, he had the game in Utah where you felt like, okay, maybe this is the breakout game. Maybe this is it. And, I'd say over the last, week and a half, it's been slightly better. And yet it's not the Duncan Robinson that I think we'd gotten accustomed to seeing, both in the bubble and then last year, even with the ups and the downs. Feels like there's been more downs this year than ups. What are you seeing with him? Is it something to be concerned about at this quarter pole of the season?
I don't know necessarily, Clay, if it's the lack of three-point accuracy that's impacting him, but to me, it's more that it goes beyond the three-point shooting. I think it's the foul trouble again, the early fouls. I think it's defensively being set up by the opposition. You and I have spoken about this. The NBA now is a pick and roll, switch everything league where all of a sudden Duncan is getting stuck in really bad situations. We saw at the end of the game in Washington, they put Tyler Hero in the blender on every pick and roll. I'm not so sure, but I think almost every Washington basket at the end of that game was while Tyler Hero was the primary defender. That's what's happened with Duncan Robinson. I think they need to find a way that opponents can't as easily seek out the defensive matchup against Duncan Robinson, maybe not switch so much, maybe come up with different defensive schemes. But to me, if you're asking me, Ira, what are the Duncan Robinson concerns? The three-point percentage is not at the top of the line. To me, it's offensively things other than the shooting. I think he's been a little bit off. And to me, defensively in the foul trouble, he's made himself somewhat again, and he had gotten away from this as a liability. So I think it's more the complete game. He's still among the NBA leaders in three-pointers made this season. He's still a factor on the court. Other teams are still defending him with a precision eye toward him. But it's the other stuff. It's the nuanced stuff that he can't let go, seemingly like's been the case at the start of the season.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Duncan, and you could say this about a lot of shooters, so much of this is mental. And I think with Duncan, and I think he's talked about imposter syndrome before, and feel free to Google him and imposter syndrome where, he can kind of give his take on it. But a lot of this is, if you're in a situation where I think you're potentially a detriment to the team, and that you're out there because they're finding you defensively and they're taking advantage of the fact that you're on the floor, and then you can't make up for it on the offensive end of the floor by making every three-pointer that you have. I think it kind of starts to manifest itself, and it builds on itself in a way where you're starting to doubt yourself and whether the team would be better off without you if you're not on the floor. And again, I'm not trying to play amateur psychologist. I am trying to say that there is a level of mental involved in shooting, and when your primary role is that of a shooter, that it's a lot like, I grew up watching the Yankees and remember Chuck Knobloch, and when Chuck Knobloch couldn't throw the ball to first base, for a while, and then all of a sudden you got to bench him. There are mental things involved in shooting more so than any, because if just one little thing is off in your mechanics, the shot's going to miss. And with Duncan, I think if you're overthinking things, it just kind of manifests itself and gets worse and worse. So with all that said, it can go the other way really quickly too. If you start to knock down some shots, you can start to feel a lot better about yourself. And so I'm not to the level where I'm concerned that it's going to railroad their chances of winning the East. I'm not at that point, but I would feel a lot better for him, and I feel a lot better for the team if they go out there and he could start going out there and being the Duncan Robinson that we're used to seeing.
I agree. So, and with that, we end a doom and gloom show. But you know what, Clay? We will have so much more of a read when we meet again next Wednesday at our regular time, because we'll know what happened in the Chicago game. We'll know if anyone survived the Nuggets game, and then be looking ahead to a game against Cleveland, maybe more winnable. So I think our next show will give us more of a read, maybe more optimistic. But hey, if you wanted your Black Friday show, you certainly got it this week.
Yeah, you're listening to the Pallet Rack City.
Go ahead and shop for your body armor for Monday, Ira. You're going to be good to go. That's a Black Friday special.
It's going to be interesting. So I know we're encroaching on Big O's time, but you know what, Clay? Much better read the next time we talk next time.
Have a good Thanksgiving weekend, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Folks, time to rock and roll, and we are coming to you live, baby, from Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Let me see. Wow, that thing looks like it looked like it was completely out of whack, and I was right. It was kind of out. Now, where are we at here? Where are we at? All right, here we go. No? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So now, I don't know. No? All right. Anyway, so we'll see. No, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me wait till it settles down here a second. Wait till it settles down. That might be. Wait a minute. Huh? Okay. I see. All right. Let me see. And no, it's this way. A little more. There? All right. There we go. All righty. I hope you all had a terrific Thanksgiving, as we've got everything in focus now. We are ready to go. We are all ready and lined up. We are at Craig Zinn's, Acura Pembroke Pines. If you all want to come by and join us, I would love for any of you out there. You need to walk a little bit, okay? So get in the car, drive over, come on over, say hi. We'd love to meet you out here. Maybe if you're in the mood to buy or lease a vehicle, now's the time to do it at Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines. End of the month, they're going to be making some great deals. So come on out here. And always remember, all of our sponsors, whenever you visit them, make sure you mention us. It is very important. Like when you come out here to Craig Zinn, if you go to Pallet Rack City, you own a warehouse out there for you business owners. And by the way, Pallet Rack City is all throughout Florida. So if you're out on the West Coast, if you're out on the Gold Coast, whatever, Pallet Rack City has offices all throughout Florida, warehouses all throughout Florida. So for those of you that own a business, and again, you call Pallet Rack City, you tell them that we sent you. So great job by Ira and Clay, of course. Great job for the last hour talking a little Heat. And I'm with Clay on this. You've got to rest Bam. I think that's the best thing that you do right now. It's early in the season. If you don't play as well and you give up a couple games, that's fine. You can deal with it. You can overcome it. It's a long-ass season, but I think it's better to give Bam off a couple of weeks and get that knee, healthy, and so he can feel good from here on out. And he has to look. Obviously, the Heat have done their homework. And the medical staff, and they're exceptional. They must feel that he can't damage it any further than what it is. It's just kind of playing through the soreness and everything else. And can you play through it until it gets alleviated? But I just feel like you probably should rest him. I really feel that because you can tell he's not himself right now. And listen. the Anthony Edwards stuff from the other night, that has nothing to do with Bam either. I mean, he was lighting them up like a Christmas tree. Scored 33 points. The guy was lights out from 3-point range. Well, not lights out, but 6 of 15. Hit a lot of big 3-pointers. Obviously was dynamic going to the hole. Added 14 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals. I mean, it was between him, D'Angelo Russell, and Malik Beasley. They just outplayed the Heat. That's what it was. That's all it was the other night. It was just one of those deals where they outplayed them, and Miami, tried their best, but they just could not hang with them that night because Minnesota was just on, and they were electric and athletic, and that was something that Miami was not able to hang with. It's the twisted part about that game. It reminded me of the Miami Dolphins. Exactly. I'm glad that you went. What the hell is he talking about? What? Wait a minute. The other night they remind you of the Miami Dolphins. Why? Because they lost. Oh, no. Has nothing to do with cheap shots like they lost or anything like that. No. What have the Heat counted on? I mean, what have the Dolphins been trying to count on all season long, especially for their offense? Injured receivers, right? They need Will Fuller back. They need Devontae Parker back, right? They need Preston Williams back. That would change their offense, wouldn't it? Right? So injuries have been something of a concern for them because they have counted on injury-prone players. How are you going to start How are you going to stop Anthony Edwards? Victor Oladipo, the injury-prone player. It's interesting that if you're going to run into that dynamic on the opposing defense, you need somebody dynamic to stop them. And Oladipo is that guy. He's the guy that you use against Anthony Edwards. He's going to be the guy that you're going to use against somebody that is electrifying. But here's the problem. Do you count on Devontae Parker? No. Can you count on Will Fuller? No. Will you count on Preston Williams? Hells to the no. Can you count on Victor Oladipo? You have your answer. And so we're kind of waiting for that piece to fall, which we have thought about how it is going to make the team better. Well, the reminder of the Minnesota game the other night is, boy, do you need a healthy Oladipo. The question is, can Oladipo even stay healthy? It's like asking Devontae Parker or Preston Williams or Will Fuller to stay healthy. It's almost impossible. So that's where the comparisons with the Heat and the Dolphins came into play the other night as I was thinking about it, just in that one sense, that a determining factor that could really change the dynamic of your team, you're relying on an injury-prone player. So we'll see. They are off tonight. Tomorrow, hell of a game, man, against the Bulls. That's a tough contest there. The Bulls have played really well. A lot of us thought that the Bulls had, playoff potential. Hey, maybe an 8 seed, a 7 seed, maybe even a 6 seed if things go well. I don't think a lot of us thought that they were going to be this good, and they've been pretty damn awesome so far, the Bulls. So we'll see what happens with them tomorrow night, and we'll talk about that on Monday when we're back here and ready to rock and roll. Remember, on Sunday, Sean and myself, starting off at 11 a.m., will be at Sports Grill in Bird Road for our Dolphins pre- and post-game show. We'll start off at 11 a.m. Joe Shad will be joining us. We'll have other guests also that will line up also for Sunday, so we'll have a little fun with everybody and get ready for that Dolphins-Carolina Panthers game. And listen, we've won 3 in a row over there at Sports Grill on Bird Road. It is, remember, we've been there. We were at Miami Lakes for the first 8 weeks. Now the last 9 weeks, we're going to be at the Bird Road location. And the first 3 weeks of this switchover, we are undefeated. So you got to keep the vibe going. Join us over at Sports Grill on Bird Road. If you've been frustrated watching the Dolphins and you've experienced too many losses, you got to join us on Bird Road because that's where the good juju is. All right. That's where the good vibes are. So come on out, enjoy some great special grilled wings, great beer, burgers, ribs, you name it. They got all kinds of different things on that menu that you can take advantage of. So come on out and join us at Sports Grill in Bird Road. By the way, I see on the crypto side, the market's on a little. I mean, it's a little dip. It's not a big deal overall. It's kind of what it is a continuation of the consolidation is what's going on. So no need to panic. Bitcoin has been kind of floundering between 54 and 60,000. After it went to 65, it came back down and it's been floundering right around that 54 to 60 area, and it continues to do that. And when you think it's about to break, but this is kind of the way things are with crypto, that you'll have a consolidation period, and what you do during this time is buy. Matic went down, VeChain went down, Mana went down, you name it. A lot of altcoins went down, Bitcoin's down. This is when you buy a little more Bitcoin. This is when you get a little more Ethereum. You know what I mean? All of these kind of things, this is what you take advantage of. It's what it is. And it's going to bust through. Eventually, it'll bust through. And when it busts through, you will then benefit from all of that. I had a very interesting morning. I made a major mistake today. A major crypto mistake today. So I've been picking out of my profits from SHIB, right? Because I'm way up on SHIB. I mean, so up on SHIB, it's crazy. And I collected a lot of SHIB over the last year. And so I've sold some SHIB, and I bought Crow on the last dip. And so Crow dipped again here, And I said, you know what? I'm going to get a little more Crow. And so I wanted to sell a little SHIB. I accidentally sold all the SHIB I have. I sold it all. I have some staked. So whenever that comes unstaked, then I will have some SHIB. But I sold all my SHIB, like pretty much like the majority of my SHIB I sold. No, well, the thing is, I had to put how much I was putting in there, and I thought I put it right. And then what it was saying that I was going to buy it from my credit card, and I had to switch it to my fiat wallet. And when I switched it to my fiat wallet, I didn't rearrange the number, and the number that went back was everything that I had on it, and I ended up selling it all. God, safe to say, I bought a lot of Crow today. I bought a lot of Crow today. I bought a lot of Matic, and I bought a lot of VeChain. I rebought all of that. Yeah, because there was no way I was going to get my SHIB back at the price I got it at. So I made the mistake, and I ended up selling all my SHIB and whatever, But it is what it is. So yeah. Man, I ended up with big profits on SHIB. The question is, how much farther will it go, and then I'll regret it after that. But for now, I mean, it's all right. I mean, I don't care. Getting the Matic that I got is incredibly important, and getting the Crow I got is important, and getting more VeChain, which I know VeChain is another one that's been like dormant for a while, for a long time, and it dipped again today. And I said, you know what? I'm getting in on VeChain more. And I bought a lot more VeChain and screw that. But it was I was in line at Chick-fil-A to get me a chicken biscuit, and I just, damn, man, I wasn't paying attention, and I ended up selling all my SHIB. Hey, listen, I'd rather sell all my SHIB than accidentally sell all my Ethereum or Bitcoin or VeChain or Matic or anything like that. So to me, that's more important in my eyes, is to do that. That's it is what it is. Oh man. I sent my wife a text a little while ago. It says, I accidentally sold all my SHIB. She says, oh my God, are you okay? Yeah, the world of crypto, baby. But that's all right. You end up in a better place. Everything happens for a reason, as they say. And maybe this happened to me because the good Lord says, "Hey, ship's about to explode. We don't want you to be a billionaire, so you lose." Oh man, it is what it is. What are you gonna do? But we will power through, ladies and gentlemen. We will power on, and we will get through it, and we will. Yes, yeah, ship up 600%. Yeah, that's my luck. I mean, that's what's going to happen now. Of course, SHIB now is going to blow up to like a penny, and then I could have retired, and but no, it's that's not going to be the case. I'm going to end up losing on that one, but it is what it is. Bromar says SHIB is a meme coin. You did good. Get the profit and get out. SHIB has been steadily going down for a month now. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, man. That just because it goes down for a little while doesn't mean it stays down. What's it called? Crow was dormant for months and months, and then it exploded. You know what I mean? Decentraland was dormant for like almost a year, man, like 9 months. Decentraland, there was a little pump for like a dollar something, but then it went right back down right away, and it stayed in the 60 to 95 cent range, and it just floated in there, in and out. And look at it now. So you never, don't ever, Bromar. I don't really know how much you really follow it, but don't ever assume because something's dormant for a little while that it's going to stay dormant. It's going to go negative. SHIB still has room that it could grow quite a bit. Not to the penny. It's never going to get to a penny. Mathematically, it cannot get to a penny. You just unless they're going to burn a bunch of coins, and they need to burn a lot more, then maybe they'll have a chance. But they're not going to get to a penny. You know what I mean? I was hoping it would move 1 to 2 more digits, and then I'm completely out. I wasn't even waiting for it to get to half a penny or anything like that. So I just needed it to move to maybe 1 to 2 more digits, and I was going to get out pretty much overall. But hey, listen, maybe I did do the right. Maybe accidentally I did the right thing, and I mean, I ended up making a ton of profit from SHIB, so I can't complain. At least you can never complain. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I always tell you this: you got to take profits. That's what this is all about. And if you take profits, never be embarrassed about taking profits. Taking profits is smart. Okay. And so if you take profits, and even if I have a little bit of regret right now, that's fine. I still feel great because I bought a crap ton of Crow. I bought a bunch of Matic and a bunch of VeChain this morning. And those are three that I feel so good about. I have from day one, along with Ethereum, along with Bitcoin. Those are all that, Cardano too. That's another one. That Cardano's been dormant for a while, and Cardano does this. And then people start to give up, and then you sell your shares, and they explode. And Cardano's another one that is ready to explode too. So it is what it is. Let's see, what else do we have here on the chat board here? We got an active chat board here. Age 360, by the way, started all off. Well, Premier Reviewer, I got him here first, and then he says, Age 360 says, I can't take all the talk of how the Dolphins are better now. If we keep winning, our reward will be the entire coaching staff returning. Everyone knows that's right. I'm not so sure if the whole coaching staff will return, man. I'm not that exactly sure. John Rouse is in the house. Kenshawn is in from the Bahamas. Thank you, Kenshawn. Gus 1388. Michael Burgraff. By the time I get to Christmas, we go into lockdown due to the new COVID variant. Fun. I mean, if you get your vaccine, you keep your, you keep washing your hands, and you take care of yourself, you should be all right. You should be all right. I mean, most of us are we're getting to that point where most of us are vaccinated. We will have a great chance of keeping the virus down and away from all of us if we're all vaccinated, because now you have a chance at fighting it off. And even if you do catch it, you have a better chance of surviving. And so eventually people have kind of, figured it out that, hey, it's not a bad thing to get the vaccine. Okay. Get the vaccine, and I think all of us will be a lot better through it. So stay positive, man. I mean, we pretty much can enjoy our lives right now. You see what happened in Russia? In Russia, they're like 30% vaccinated. So they're locked down again because they're only 30% vaccinated, and the virus is all over the place. So they're locking them down. And that's what happens when there aren't a lot of people vaccinated. It's gonna ravage right through your population, and that's what's going on there. It happens. We're lucky in this country that we have the resources so all of us can get vaccinated. You know what I mean? So we have an advantage over a lot of other countries that don't have the same resources and everything else, and we can survive. PP Trap says, "Wow, Big O, nice cut. Look, 20 years young. I didn't cut my hair. Oh, I see. Because this was earlier. This is when I was first on in the morning. Yeah, no, my hair was wet. That's all it was. I shaved because I didn't shave yesterday. I didn't have to shave yesterday. I wasn't on the air, but I did shave. That's about it. But no, I did not cut my hair. Let's see. I haven't gone to a barber in, I think we're headed for 2 years now. 2 years. I've had my wife cut my hair and trim it. That's it. That's what I've been doing. I still haven't gone to the barber yet. Let's see. Big O looks like Troy Polamalu's commercial. Well, I don't use Head and Shoulders, but yeah, I got you. Never not working. That is definitely us. There's no doubt about it. That's been my MO my entire life. C. Dola says, hot topic, Bam stinks in the fourth quarter. Let's see. Hope everybody had a great, safe Thanksgiving. Tremolio's in says, God bless. Big on the family and everybody in this room. Got to get back to daily trading. Good day, peeps. Good luck, Tremolio. Clement says, you too, Big O. Thank you. C. Dola's in. C. Clement. Let's see. Robert. Hawaiian Punch. Hawaiian Punch says, I'm here for Clay and Ira. So I guess he's not here for the rest of the show. Either way, whatever makes you happy, Hawaiian Punch makes me happy. Okay. Daryl Walker in. Start Pups. We wouldn't be having a conversation if Duncan was hitting his shots. We're only losing by 3 in every game. Yeah, that's true. He does have to hit his shots. Can't expect him to play better defense, that's for sure. Daryl Wallace is in. Chase 1. What else do we have here on the chat board? Let me see if I just want to go through the chat board. Jimmy Bones. New COVID variant in South Africa rocking the market this morning. Yeah. Well, the market and, sometimes the crypto market will go with the market. So if there's a little bit of a dip in the market, you might see it also in the crypto market too. It affects it. What do you think of Atom and Luna? Both excellent. Both are very good investments, Bromar. Okay. ADA had its run. That's why it's been dormant. Bromar, you don't follow this, so don't worry about it. When you say stuff like that, I know you don't really follow and you don't know anything about Cardano. So that's ADA is going to blow up. It's going to explode. Let's see. The Finns tailgate says I'm pretty much going to hold the SHIB till February or March. I'm not buying anymore, and I have a bunch. I plan on hanging out on it tax season and wait for the bump and sell them. What do you think, O? Probably a good idea, unless you see it really tank, and then you got to get the hell out. Oh, what's the Venmo again? It's Cash Big O Show for Cash App or Venmo is Cash Big O Show. All right, Cash Big O Show is the address. You'll see it underneath on the scroll. You'll see the text line there, the email, the Cash App, and Venmo address, Cash Big O Show. Tank McBride says, I got my booster the other day, ready for this COVID to be over. Well, it won't be over for a while, dude, because remember, while we have the resources, the world does not. So until we have everybody vaccinated around the world, it'll still kind of live. And other variants will grow. Like I just gave you the example of Russia. Just told you they're on lockdown. They're on lockdown because 70% of the country isn't vaccinated, whereas over 70% here are vaccinated. That's the difference. That's why our numbers have gone down, because there's less people that can get affected by it. You know what I mean? It's kind of the math. It's pretty self-explanatory, you know? So we can, it'll still, remember, what's it called? Polio? That thing lasted for decades with a vaccine. With a vaccine. Decades it took for them to eliminate polio, because it takes a while to get billions of people vaccinated and eliminated. You know what I mean? So it's going to be here with us for a while. The thing is, all of us have to do our part to try to eliminate it. Why it's called a pandemic, man. Let's see. Dougie Fresh says, "Oh, I watched the new Beatles Get Back last night. Watching Paul and John creating song after song was mesmerizing. Have you watched?" No, I have not watched. I'm going to watch it tonight. You know what I watched last night? I watched the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I had not seen the whole show yet. I know it just recently came out, and I've seen some excerpts of it and all that. And it was cool seeing the Foo Fighters get in. It's just ridiculous that we had to wait this long to get Carole King in. You know, when we do these kind of things, it just pisses me off. You know, like you're putting in the Foo Fighters, right? And not that they don't belong in there, but you probably could go back and put a couple of other bands that belong in there, and they've already, like, you know, served their time. Like Iron Maiden, Scorpions, and Judas Priest are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they're supposed to be in way before the Foo Fighters. You know what I mean? These kind of things, these are the kind of egregious things that goes on. Like Carole King last night, when I watched the show, she just did one song, I think it was. She only performed one. And that's because, you know, she's kind of lost her juice. She's 79 years old. We could have put Carole King in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 20 years ago, 30 years ago, okay, when they first started inducting people. She should have been one of the first ones, because she's a freaking living legend, and she could have given one hell of a performance that night, because she would have still been in her prime. We got to wait till 79. You know, it's ridiculous that sometimes we wait till somebody's dead. It just doesn't make any sense. And we do this all the damn time. And it's just weird. By the way, LL Cool J getting in was awesome. The performance was terrific. Eminem came out and rapped with him. And then J-Lo came out. And J-Lo is like one of the only women on the planet. Like maybe there's, I don't know, 10, 20 of them. I don't know. I don't even know all 10 or 20 of them. But I know she's one of them, that she looks better as she ages. And if you watched her on that performance and you see her body, dude, my Lord, she looks better than she did when she was a fly girl in Living Color. It is impressive, dude. That was awesome. That was awesome. Tom Morello, by the way, once again might be one of the better inductees or presenters out there. He did a great job with Kiss, inducting them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And then yesterday, he did the stuff for the presentation for Randy Rhoads, who was honored yesterday, who, I mean, you know, it's his body of work with Quiet Riot is solid, but obviously what he did with Ozzy was legendary. You know what I mean? It was fantastic. And it was cool to see a guy like that honored, who I think in such a short time made such an enormous impact. And we were all cheated of what could have been. I missed from seeing Randy Rhoads by 2 days. He died in Tampa the 2 days prior that he was supposed to perform at the Orange Bowl here in Miami in 1982. and he died 2 days before that, and that would have been one of the highlights of my life, that I would have been able to see the Diary of the Madman tour with Randy Rhoads. That would have been some. When people would have asked me what are your favorite concerts, I guarantee you the Rock Super Bowl with Ozzy Osbourne and Randy Rhoads and Foreigner in the Foreigner 4 tour, that probably would have been one of the highlights. Even though that concert turned out pretty damn good for me, because Bryan Adams opened up for UFO. UFO opened up for Pat Travers, and Pat Travers opened up for Foreigner. And so it was still a great foursome, because Bryan Adams was a nobody in those days. Obviously, UFO, I've only seen them a handful of times throughout my lifetime. That was the first time I saw him in 1982. Pat Travers I've seen 15 times or something. Love Pat Travers. So it was still a great performance, but that was a lot of fun watching the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I just hate when we wait so long. We did it with Linda Ronstadt. These are things that just don't make any sense to me at times. When was it Deep Purple that got in, and John Lord, his wife is there to accept it, and it's like, do we really have to have why didn't we do it a lot earlier when they all could be there? It's rough, man. Pat Benatar not being inducted is criminal, right? Pat Benatar and Neil Girardo have to be in there way before the Foo Fighters. Way before the Foo Fighters. It's not even close. It's not up for debate. There's no discussion. Pat Benatar's had bigger hits, more hits. So I'm with you 1,000%. But there's several bands that we can. And again, it's not a bashing of, like T-Rex when they put them in. That was just insulting. You know what I mean? Foo Fighters deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but not yet. They're still making music. They're still pretty young. Let's get some of the ones that we've been passing up on a consistent basis, and they deserve to get in there. But it was a good show. It was a fun show to watch. I will say that. Foreigner still not in the Hall. Oh, right, exactly. You got to put Foreigner before the Foo Fighters also. There's a crap load of bands that I can think of that I got to put before I put in the Foo Fighters in there. Do you think U.S. soccer teams should be playing their games in Minnesota and Columbus like they are doing? Leon, maybe they're going with attendance, my brother. I have no idea. That to me, what can I tell you? LL Cool J, not rock. What does that mean? I'm sorry. Why? Because it's called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? It has nothing to do with it, dude. It's the Music Hall of Fame. It's not really rock and roll. If you want to get all hot and bothered about it, just watch the Rock and Metal Hall of Fame. They have one. It's completely separate. It's on its own, and it's only rock and metal bands. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is music. Okay? It's really about music. Because R&B isn't rock and roll either. Right? And Albert King deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and so does Muddy Waters and plenty of people, and it's not rock and roll, my brother. And the Go-Go's, who were they were put in, and I get it, they belong there, but it's the Music Hall of Fame. Get off your high horse already with that crap. If you haven't figured that out by now, it's not rock and roll only. It's music, period. Those that achieve great things in music are the ones that are going to get there, except for T-Rex, who didn't achieve great things in music and does not deserve to be there, but whatever. Big O, just think T-Rex in the Hall of Fame while the B-52s have been snubbed and not even nominated. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. And the B-52s deserve to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I mean, it's not even up for discussion. So, yeah, I'm with you there. Kansas also not being in there is criminal. Exactly. I completely agree. You put Kansas before you put the Foo Fighters. You know what I mean? Let's see. Is ELP in the Hall? I don't think Emerson, Lake and Palmer is in the Hall of Fame. I want to say they're not. You can Wikipedia it or something, and you'll find out right away. I'm not sure. Let's see what else. I'm a metalhead. Yeah, well then watch the Rock and Metal Hall of Fame. That's if you're hot and bothered about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame allowing all genres of music, that's because that's what it's all about. They just called it the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because it probably sounds cooler than it does the Music Hall of Fame. Super V says, Big O, good morning. Just want to say I'm thankful for your hard work and giving us great content. Anyway, Big O, what's up with all these flags being thrown in the NFL games lately? It's ridiculous. Well, look, yesterday, it's not so much that it was ridiculous. Dallas was playing a lot of stupid football. The Raiders were making a lot of stupid mistakes. The Detroit Lions are a complete joke. I mean, it's Dan Campbell calls 2 consecutive timeouts and doesn't know that you're not supposed to call 2 consecutive timeouts, that it's a penalty, that you can't do that. I mean, these are the things on 3rd and 32, he calls for a draw play at midfield. He took over some of the play calling duties. They can't get set on defense. Aaron Glenn looks like he's completely lost and doesn't know what he's doing. I got to tell you something, my brother. I don't blame the refs yesterday. I blame a lot. The Brown kid yesterday, he was just terrible out there, committing one penalty after. He just had a terrible game, dude. And they were legitimate penalties. They would show the highlights every time, and they were obvious penalties. So it wasn't like they were calling penalties that should not have been called. They were calling what should have been called and what was irresponsibly being, committed or whatever, or the acts that were being committed. They all deserve those calls. So I'm not going to blame the referees because your team is poorly coached, because your players aren't very smart. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys played a lot of stupid football yesterday. Going off sides. I mean, one point you had a guy that on consecutive plays ran offsides on special teams and ended up giving the Raiders a first down. It just gets to a point where you also have to blame the team and the coaching staff, especially the coaching staff. To me, it's lazy from fans and media when they say, well, no, we got to blame the players. No. You blame the players when it's one guy that's an idiot. But when your entire team's an idiot and everybody's committing penalties and everybody's lack of focus, that all falls on the coach. It's not, oh, no. Players have to take blame. No. It's on the coach. He's the one. The teams that are disciplined, go look at the guy that's coaching them. Just watch it. You'll see. Right? There's a reason that things happen. And you'll look at the person on the sideline and you'll go, no, of course, that team, is coached by whatever. And you'll say that, oh, that guy's a hell of a coach. You're just not going to be screwing around with that guy. He's not going to allow it. So that, to me, what I saw yesterday was a lot of coaches that really don't have their team focused and should have, the discipline that they need in order to play the game. There was just a lot of sloppy football yesterday. And blaming the refs, that's an easy out from what I see. Let's see, what else do we have here on the chat board? Eminem should be in the Hall of Fame, of course. Oh, but the question is, before you put Eminem, right, you got to make sure Run DMC is in there. Let's see. NWA is in there. You know, the obvious ones. The guys, Snoop is in there. You got to make sure you put the people. It's kind of the same thing I said about the Foo Fighters. I love the Foo Fighters being in there. I have no problem with them being in there. But before we put them in there, let's put some of the people before the Foo Fighters who have paid their dues and either could be retired or at the end of their careers, and they should be in there. Let's get those people in first. Chronologically, let's catch up, in other words. Let's not have this crap where we want to honor Tina Turner and she's got to record, you know, her induction from her home because she's kind of a recluse now. She's in her 80s, right? So she doesn't go out nearly as much. She looked pretty good, by the way, you know, yesterday when she did that. But you're going to induct Tina Turner. Do we have to? Carole King and Tina Turner. Do we have to wait till now? Really? Really, we're going to wait till now to induct them. We have to wait till they're 80 years old to induct them. Like they didn't belong in there when they were 50. You know what I'm saying? So let's catch up chronologically. Let's catch up with the people that established all of this stuff. All right? Because when we talk about Tina and when we talk about Carole King, we're talking about pillars of music. Like, these are the most influential women in the history of music. They're the reason why other women are in music. So how in the hell do we wait till they're nearly dead to actually put them in there? It's just so wrong. And they do it all the effing time. It drives me crazy. And when I'm watching that last night, it's like, you know, we do this 30 years ago, and we get Tina dancing around stage, right, doing her thing, and we get Carole King doing her thing, and we get two legendary performances during the induction. Instead, we got to see Tina in another country send us a video of her in her house saying, okay, thank you. You know, and she really, like, you can tell that, you know, she's a little older now, and, you know, you can tell. That's all I'm saying. It's like, let's do it 30 years ago, man. That way I would have gotten a legendary Tina Turner performance up and down the stage. Those phenomenal legs going up and down the stage, and that incredible talent and voice and, you know, everything. And then Carole King, who's a freaking goddess. You know, it's weird, man. It's just doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Miami should take over Turkey Day from Detroit. New tradition. Dude, I said let's put good teams on Turkey Day. You know, let's be objective also. I love my Dolphins, but they don't belong on Thanksgiving. You get Thanksgiving if you're good. This is why I've always said, let's have 2 bye weeks, not 1. That way, everyone that plays on a Thursday has a bye week the week before. That way, they have an entire 10 days to prepare for that Thursday game. Both teams will be super fresh and will give you a hell of a performance. And then when they're done on that Thursday, they have another 10 days till their next game. But we don't care about human beings. We'll just, you know, they play on Sunday. We'll wheel them out on Thursday. Their bodies are all wrecked from 3 days before. Screw it. It's all for the common good and the money. We don't care about the human being. You should flex your Thanksgiving schedule a couple weeks ahead of time. You are in now, the good teams. Get some entertaining products. I mean, we got to eat tryptophan all day long. So you know what turkey does to your ass? Come on, man. Luckily, you know what? What I thought was going to be the most boring game was competitive all the way to the end because they were both so sorry, the Detroit game. Because they were both so incompetent. that it was decided all the way at the end to a field goal. Amazing. Lisa says, I know the Finns are trying to figure out the running game, but why pick up another running back? Where are the O-line free agents? That's where we need the help. Yeah, but Lisa, it looks like they have what's available out there must be so bad. And think about this, Lisa. Have they made any changes? They really haven't. They just moved Austin inside and Eckler outside. Eichenberg, I mean, outside. And the center has only been changed because of the injury. And now Dieter will come back. They'll probably put him right back there. But the only reason that Mance or Ryder were playing is because Dieter was injured, right? And right tackle, right guard stayed with Hunt. And they used Jesse at right tackle. So they really, it's not like they've tried. I mean, they tried to bring in Greg Little and all that, but it didn't work out. And even with Greg Little there, he obviously didn't perform well enough to convince them to play. So they really haven't made a ton of changes on the line. And finding a lineman now is so hard because all the good ones that at least the league feels that are good, most of these teams have protected their linemen. They're on active rosters. They're not going to put anybody that's decent on a practice squad. They're going to put somebody that anybody could grab off the street on the practice squad at this point in time, especially offensive linemen. It's really hard. So, listen, you're talking, and for those of you that may not know, I want to sneeze. You're talking about the Philip Lindsay move, and I'm not a Philip Lindsay guy. I've never really been much of a believer of him. Even when he was playing well, I thought he was too small to last, and he is too small to last. He can't be a featured back. Plus, this is not a good offensive line, so it's going to be a little harder for him. He plays hard. He's got a big, giant heart. I give him a ton of credit in that sense, but still, he's not a guy that is impressive by any stretch whatsoever. And you need a Ricky Williams and a Barry Sanders behind this kind of a line. You need a beast of a dynamic player. And then in order to make the running backs that you have on this roster good, not great, because none of them are ever going to be great, but at least good to make them serviceable, you need a great line. And so either way, you're not going to get there. You're not going to have the great back, and you're not going to have the great line. Although we can hope that maybe these young guys can get a little better as the year goes on and finishes out. Detroit is why I don't understand complaining about Dolphin fans. Let's see. It's all money driven. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Actually, our running game really improved this week. I hope this is the trend and good things to come. Let's hope so, Rosendo. Let's hope so. Now, they were playing a bad team, so that might have also been, the reason. Big O, do you think Amy Winehouse had a long enough career to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? No, I don't. I don't think she did it enough to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Now, here's the funny part. She is Hall of Fame talent. Her voice was special, dude. I mean, special. It's a shame that she had all those substance issues, drug and alcohol, and obviously that tore her body up. I mean, listen. You're going to be smoking crack and doing alcohol. It's only going to end one way. That's just the way it is. But she is a woman that deserves Hall of Fame recognition, or in other words, you have to understand that she was a Hall of Fame-like talent. But does she deserve to be in it? Probably not. Her body of work is not Hall of Fame-ish. Let's put it that way. But dude, sick talent. Sick talent. Just for his music alone, R. Kelly should be in there. It's just, God. It's just so dirty. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Howdy, Orlando. This whole judging process on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is questionable at best. Yes, it has been, and it has been for a long, long time. Daniel Deco says, was looking at the AFC standings. It looks like a long shot for us to even be in the conversation. Sucks this season started to Bally, or I don't know what you meant by, but I get it. It's kind of crap. Overall, listen, just don't think about the playoffs right now. Don't think about, oh, we're gonna end the season 10-7. Just think about Carolina this week. Okay, let's watch them play and get through the Carolina game first and foremost. And then we'll worry about the following week and the following week. And then when you get to the final week, if somehow or another you've set yourself up to be there, then you'll know what your fate is. But right now, don't work yourself up for that. Run DMC was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2009. There you go. As long as you get all those guys in there and women, you know what I mean? As long as you get the proper people in the Hall of Fame before you get to some of the younger acts, I'm good with that. But you've got to get the obvious ones in there. And obviously, Run DMC is one of them. If the Dolphins can get another hole behind the right guard, they will be ready to make a run for the playoffs. Hunt to right tackle and slim down Kinley to right guard. That might be an off-season type of thing that they could think of doing down the line. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, not listed on their website. There you go. And they could easily be considered Hall of Fame inductees. The Dolphins have offensive linemen that can play in the NFL. They just need better coaching. Yep. Guglielmo is available. They had him here already, right? All the new intros suck. Miss the old Monday Night Football intro. We all miss Hank. Rough Thanksgiving, Big O, with Buffalo and Vegas winning. Yeah. I mean, well, you expected Buffalo to win, right? You didn't think the Saints were gonna beat Buffalo with Trevor Siemian, did you? You know. I mean, the Raiders, okay, they could lose to the Dallas Cowboys. I can see that one, that there's some hope there. You can sit there and go, okay, we need the Raiders to lose. They could lose to the Cowboys, but if you sat there thinking the Saints were going to win, then, you're as delusional as Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson picked, no, Sean Payton, Saints by 3. And I'm like, I get it, dude. Sean Payton's your buddy and all that stuff, but, whatever, bro. They got no shot. They're not going to win. I know the Bills haven't played great, but come on, man. The Saints, Sean Payton's fantastic, but you can only do so much with Trevor Siemian. Trevor Siemian's just a guy. Depeche Mode went into the Hall of Fame before Carole King. Well, listen, that's my point, is exactly that. Depeche Mode deserves to get in there, but you got to get Carole King first. Yeah, I'm with you. Big O, does Will Fuller live in Florida? I would hope so. At least for now. Can the Dolphins' issues be fixed in one off season? They will have $75 million in cap space. More life. If you bring back Flo, I don't think you fix it, because he's already proven, to me at least, in 3 years that he can't hire an offensive staff. So if you can't hire an offensive staff, you can't be a head coach. That's the way I look at it. So it all depends. You have the money to get better, but you don't have the coach to get better, because the coach can't get the staff. So if you can't get the staff, you can't get better. So in other words, unless you make a change at coach, I don't know if the Dolphins will get better next year. And if Chris Greer and Reggie McKenzie and Marvin Allen want to have a long run here, they need to make I don't believe it's a tough decision, but they need to make a hard decision and say, hey, guys, we picked the wrong coach. We need to go get a real one. That's the way I look at it. Let's see. Different positions. Who was better, AJ Dewey or John Offerdahl? I would take John Offerdahl. Can the Dolphins' issues be fixed in one? Let me see. They need a yacht rock wing for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. What's disappointing, Big O, is 4 of the 7 of our losses were games that we just didn't close in the fourth quarter and overtime. Very easily could be 8-3 now. Yeah, I know, but that's loser talk that we do that every year. Every year there are close games and close losses. Every year we can sit back and look at this game and that game. There's a reason why they continue to lose those games, my brother. There's a reason why it's been happening for 20 years plus. It's because your coaching's not good enough. When your coaching's good enough, you win those kind of games. When you're not good enough, talent-wise and coaching, you constantly lose those games. That's every year with the Dolphins. It's not like they go 8-8 or 7-9 or 6-10, and those losses, they're all routes. A bunch of them were winnable games, but they just couldn't find a way to coach their way out of that game or make the plays that they had to make. So to me, I don't play that what if game because it's just too common, especially in the NFL, a league that's full of parity. I mean, last night, think about it, right? It's the Raiders and the Cowboys. One team won, one team lost, and one that was going to lose was going to say we could have won that game. I mean, it's kind of the way they look at it, right? Bears, Lions. They could have won that game. They're both going to walk away with it. Could have won that game. That's the NFL. Several times a year. And every week, several games go down like that. Big O, so you don't think Brian Flores has a future as a head coach in the NFL? No, I don't. No. Nobody has a future as a head coach in the NFL if you can't beat. If you can't build on a coaching staff, my brother. You tell me. This is the part that that's the part I love about some people that they think I'm crazy that I've given up on Brian Flores. But then if I tell you, how can you be a head coach and you can't build a coaching staff? So for the first 3 years, you've made 7 changes on offensive line and offensive coordinator. What tells you he's going to get it right in year 4? I don't want to wait around another year for him to try to get his coaching staff. He can't get it. He can't figure it out. So he can't be a head coach. You'll never win if you don't have a staff. Let's see. I know it's not the norm. Is it possible we could demote Flo and oh God. Did you do that video? Wasn't that the video about demoting Flo? Is it what? Brian Greer? Oh, okay. Yeah. But I did go on this rant already. The rant this rant because Darren, I don't know if you saw the rant last week. Dude, really, you're gonna ask somebody to take a demotion, they're gonna stay there. Come on, dude. Let's be realistic. Darren, would you be such a punk also? Would you be a little bitch also? So you're the general manager of a business. The owner comes in and says, hey, Darren, I don't like what you're doing as a general manager, but I think you'd be a really good employee. We need to make you an assistant general manager. We're going to elevate the manager. We're going to elevate and have another manager. So you're going to take a demotion in front of everybody, take less pay, and stay there. Darren, would you do that? Let me answer that question. I want to know, Darren, if you're a man with no balls. That's what I want to know. I want to know if you're a man that has no character, if you're a man that has no self-respect for yourself. I want to know, Darren, please explain to me that you would do a gutless move like that you would take a lesser job as the boss of something, and then they say, well, you're no longer going to be a boss. We're going to demote you. Tell me about that. Tell me how you would accept that embarrassment in front of everybody and take a pay cut and take a lesser job. Please explain to me how you have no balls and you walk around with a skirt. Explain, please, Darren. I'm waiting for your text response. I'm waiting. I'm patiently waiting because some of you say things and you don't even think about them. You don't even think about it. You don't even put yourself in that position. Like, would you do that? I'm waiting, Darren. At least text back, say, oh, dude, you're right. That was a really stupid ass comment on my part. At least tell me that. At least have the guts to say, dude, you're right. I'm wrong here on this one. Yeah, no, that would be pretty gutless on him to say, yeah, no, I'm going to take a defensive coordinator spot for you now. No, Ray, that doesn't deserve a blind ass fan alert. That deserves a gutless alert. I don't even have a gutless alert. I've already explained this. I explained it earlier in the week when I went off on somebody else. This is the same stupid ass stuff that some of you have with tanking. Hey, why don't they tank and not try? Yeah, why doesn't a salesperson here at Craig Zinn Acura just sit on his ass all day? He or she can just sit there, customers walk in and never address them. See how the general sales manager is going to handle that. Oh, no, hey, I'm tanking for the week, boss. I'm just going to hang out and collect the check. See how that's going to work out. Go to your job at Chipotle as the cook back there and just say, today, guys, I'm just doing beans. I'm not doing anything else. I'm going to hang out. See how your manager's going to hang on to your job. Tanking. Demotions. I mean, you guys ask of professionals to do things you would never do yourself. Yeah, I'm here to work at the drive-thru today, but I'm not going to take any orders. I'm just going to sit back and play on my phone. Cars are piling up. It's 50 deep. People are wondering, are they going to take an order? Manager comes over. Hey, why aren't you taking orders? Today I'm just going to hang out. I just want to see people drive by. I'm going to play on my phone. I'm going to tank for the week. Pay Flo the same. He's a good defensive coordinator. If we let him go, we just have to find another one. Flo won't be a head coach anywhere else. Anyway, he's going to be a defensive coordinator somewhere else. So why not keep him? He's good. Darren, dude, are you ignorant or something? So you're continuing to say something that's unrealistic. What's wrong with you, bro? Seriously, Darren, what's wrong with you? Do you get it, bro? Does it register or something? Or is it you just want to be ignorant and just not admit that you're making a completely stupid ass statement? Which one is it, Darren? Are you that dumb or you won't admit that you said something incredibly stupid? We all do it, Darren. I do it all the time. I say stupid things and then I catch myself. You know what? That was dumb. What an idiot. I sold all my shib today. What a moron I am today. Dude, it's all right to admit that you said something stupid. That's all. Don't try to defend it. Don't try to analyze it. Don't try to justify it. You can't. You said something stupid and unrealistic. Something you would never do. And again, Darren, apparently you would do this. Apparently you would take a pay cut. You would take a lesser position You know what I mean? Because now, Darren's thinking, well, pay him the same. Yeah, no, of course. The entire league's going to love that you're now paying a defensive coordinator head coaching salaries. They're going to love what you're going to do there, right? Yeah, exactly. Like the Raiders paying John Gruden $10 million a year. Now everybody's got to pay their coach $10 million plus a year. Wow. I mean, really, dude, some of you guys out there, Darren, bro, wow. No, seriously, it's like you have no common sense, and then when somebody tries to explain it to you, you then still don't see the light, and you want to then be completely ignorant and try to justify it in a way that it makes no sense. Like nobody would do that except for you, Darren. Apparently, you would take a demotion in front of everybody. I told this story last week, okay, and it's there. We don't need to podcast it again or anything like that. It's there already. It's already up there. So, yeah, just an example for you, real quick, okay. I told this story earlier. I don't like repeating stuff. I hate repeating stuff. That's for radio. We don't do that here on digital. But at 560 years back, they put a salesperson in as a program director. Okay. And the moron's idea was, I'm going to hire athletes all over the place to do shows. More often than not, athletes can't do radio. They certainly can't drive a program by themselves. 95% of them can't do radio. They can't string two sentences together. They can't do live spots. They aren't going to handle the sponsors. They're not going to be able to have the proper dialogue that you need with individuals. It's just not. They've made their money. They're lazy. They only worked at what they did in their lives. When they come to radio, they rarely ever work hard. I'm telling you because I've worked with many athletes over the years, and 80% of them weren't fit to do the job sitting next to me. Okay? So let's just be honest. And it was a disaster what he planned. He made wrong hires. He couldn't build up sales. He couldn't do anything because you had people like Michael Irvin who have no business doing radio for 3 hours a day or 2 hours a day. Michael Irvin is fantastic for an interview. That's it. One segment, get him in, get him out. That's it. If not, you got him preaching for 2 to 3 hours. So I was midday at those times. So that idiot goes to me, hey, we're going to move you to nights. And I go, are you crazy? I got 15 sponsors, more than any of the athletes he brought on, by the way. And he goes, well, we're trying something new, and we'll try to move some of the sponsors. I go, you move sponsors where? And so basically he was chopping me at the knees. So Darren, I know a little bitch like you would move to nights and just say, oh, yes, sir, I'm going to move to nights and no problem. But see, a guy like me, I'm going to tell you to go F yourself. And I left. And I left to 640 for 4 years. And during those 4 years, QAM begged me to come back 3 times. Begged me to come back 3 times. I came back on the 3rd time. Okay? But I wasn't going to take a demotion. The hell out of here. You're hiring people that don't even have a tenth of my talent. Who the hell's Michael Irvin, bro? Michael Irvin couldn't touch my jock in this business. He's a football player. He's not a radio host. He's a clown on radio. All he does is preach for 2-3 hours. He doesn't know anything outside of football. He doesn't follow any of the other sports. He doesn't know the history of any of the other sports. Guy can't do a live spot. Get the hell out of here. In one of those 3 that they begged me to come back, they asked me if I would be Michael Irvin's co-host. I told them, are you out of your mind? He could be my co-host. That's what I told him. I said, I'm not on no show that it's Michael Irvin featuring Orlando Alzner. I told him, well, who the hell do you think I am? You think I'm that guy schmuck? Get the hell out of here. And then they ended up firing him, of course, because him and Kevin Kiley were terrible and everything else that they put out there just didn't cut it. And eventually they brought me back. But that's the difference between you and me, Darren. I have pride in what I do. And I'm not going to take any crap from anybody, no matter what. So, that's the difference. Maybe your BBs haven't dropped. Mine dropped a long time ago. Long time ago. I don't follow. I lead. That's the difference. So, there you go. That's a little story for you. So, that's the difference between you and me, Darren. You probably are the dude that takes all the crap at work. I don't. So, that's where it's unrealistic. Because somebody that has pride, a man or a woman that is working their asses off and deserves to be where they're at, they're not going to take a demotion publicly in front of everybody and say, well, yeah, we're going to keep you here, but we're going to move you down to this position. It's embarrassing. And especially when you don't deserve it. So just want to say it's an incredibly weak statement on your part that you would actually do that, Darren. Because that's what it sounds like. You would do it. Sounds like you're the guy that would fold like a cheap tent. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll take a demotion. Yes, no problem. Somebody head down to the Keys and get Jimmy J back to start a franchise. That's the last time I remember being competitive in some way. Jamie, I guess you forgot that Jimmy Johnson got destroyed every time in the playoffs, right? I guess you forgot about that. Yeah, no, Jimmy can stay in the Keys, my brother. That's the problem with time. Some of you forget. Jimmy was terrible on offense. Couldn't figure everything out on offense either. I guess you forgot that. I guess you forgot Kareem Abdul-Jabbar scoring 1-yard touchdowns. I guess you forgot the drafting of John Denton, the trading for Jim Druckenmiller. You forgot all about that, dude? Drafting Cecil Collins, drafting a alleged rapist. No. Bring back Jimmy Johnson. So too many of you live in the Dallas Cowboy era where there was no salary cap, and you forgot that Jimmy Johnson was a failure with the salary cap. It's this selective memory that some of you guys choose to have. Did we break for hour 2 yet? All right, let's break for hour 2 right here on the program. Live from Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843 That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Scotty Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group, Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Hour number 2. We're already in it, but what the hell? It was a nice hour long hour number 1 here on the program. By the way, Mike No Go Zones, thank you for a little love there on the super chat. Appreciate you. He says, does Sports Grill broadcast all NFL games or only the Dolphins? They do all the games. Half the TVs will be on the Dolphins. I'll give you an example. There's a guy that's a huge Chiefs fan, and he comes every week, and he sits in the same table, and when the Chiefs are playing at 1 o'clock at the same time as the Dolphins, they put on the Chiefs game for him. So if there's another game you want to watch, they will put on that game. You just tell them what game you want to put on besides the Dolphins. They're not going to put it on all TVs. Obviously, the Dolphins are the ones that is going to dominate the place, but they're going to use some of the other TVs for other games. Yes, they do that. So if you have action on another game or you have another favorite team or something like that, you can ask the folks at Sports Grill, hey, can you put on the Raider game? Can you put on the Dallas game? Can you put on the whatever, and they will do that for you. So yes, Mike, you have no problem with that. They will definitely end up doing that for you. Okay. Appreciate you as always. Thank you for the love on the super chat. Steve Mamet also gives us some love. He sends it in on Venmo. He says, happy Thanksgiving. Oh, crypto question. Biden administration isn't a fan of crypto. What do you think they might do to regulate it here in the States? All right. First of all, Steve, it is very, it's kind of the unknown what they're going to do. I can't answer that. Now, Biden is, remember, there's a problem with Biden, just like it would be with Trump, just like there would be with, 89% of Congress, the House or the Senate. It doesn't matter. Most of them don't know anything about crypto. So we have to hope that the people that actually do know about crypto, Ted Cruz is actually one of the fighters for crypto because he must be smart enough to know he's investing in it. So there are certain senators that are involved in crypto, and those are the ones that are going to be key. Now, this new bill, the infrastructure bill that they just passed, there is a law that they have there that they kind of label everybody that handles crypto as a dealer, which then means we all get taxed the same way, which is a bunch of crap. They're going to change that. That will get altered, and it'll only be the exchanges that are going to be taxed in that sense, not us. Now, remember, none of this stuff kicks in until 2023 and 2024 and stuff. So it's down the line either way. So they have time now to kind of adjust all of this. And I think they will end up adjusting it because there's a certain group of senators and congressmen that they are trying to educate people like Biden and everybody else on what crypto is and how to define it and how to actually understand who's who and what's what and how to tax this whole thing. So I think they will figure it out as time goes on, but we do have plenty of time before that actually kicks in. Okay? So you're going to have a couple of bull markets to take advantage of before that kicks in. So that would be my suggestion is focus on the now, don't worry about the later until later on. Okay? That's what I would tell you. But it's really unpredictable to answer who the hell or what kind of changes they're actually going to make. Let's see. Big O needs a mental break. Nah, I'm good. I'm fine. I just kind of, I kind of lose it a little bit when people ask something so unrealistic that they really would never do themselves. That to me is the part that is, it's just insulting, NorCal says, Big O, I'm a fan for life, and I'm willing to see what B-Flow can do to get back on track. Greer and B-Flow had nothing but compliments until week 2 this year. Fins for life. Well, yeah and no. Compliments for the first 2 years, but we knew that they had offensive line issues with their coaches, right, NorCal? And we knew they've had offensive coordinator issues since day one. Gailey put a little bit of it to rest, but then he left. Right? So my point to anybody that says, including you, NorCal, that says, well, no, I'm willing to be patient. Well, where's your proof? Well, where's the proof that says that Brian Flores is going to actually resolve these issues? He hasn't been able to do it for 3 years. And Greer tried to help him with Chan Gailey. That wasn't his move. That was Greer helping him with Chan Gailey. So what's the deal? Greer tried to help him with Fitz, yet he wants Brissett. He wants a 3-headed monster, amigos, whatever you want to call, blind mice, whatever you want, as offensive coordinators. That's what I always come back on to the people that tell me, well, no, let's be patient. Oh, and wait 1 more year. Well, what are we waiting for? I'm trying to. That's the part I'm not understanding with all of you out there. Are you really thinking that he's going to fix this? Next offseason, he's going to find a seasoned pro as an offensive line coach, and he's going to find a proven offensive coordinator to turn everything around. Is that what you're telling me? And that's the part that I think all of you, when you say, well, let's be patient, and I say this, you say to me this, right? You got no answer. You got no answer. You got no proof. You got no track record. You got nothing. So you're going through the blind ass fan route. Those of you that want to say, oh, I want to be patient, like my man NorCal. No, I want to be patient. I want to hang on 1 more year. I want to wait and see. I want to give Flo a chance. You're being a blind ass fan?
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
That's the reality, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality. You're waiting for what? Where's the proof? New headphones, righto. Early Christmas present. Maybe that's why everyone thinks he got a haircut. More of the head of yours is exposed because of the new headphones, maybe. These headphones, I've had them on for how many months now? I don't know. But yeah, these are remote headphones. They're my remote headphones. These are my Iron Maiden remote headphones. I bought them, I don't know, like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And I've been using them now for the last couple of months. If you go look at any of the shows, you'll see the headphones on. They've been on any of my road appearances. We've been using these headphones for the last couple of months. So yeah, it's my Iron Maiden headphones. So nope. You just noticed those phones, but I've had them on for a little bit. JP says EJD Construction could build a better team for the Dolphins than Chris Greer. Well, they could build a better line right now. That's for sure. Because, the good thing about Eric is he'll put up a whole bunch of bricks and, they're not going to get through a brick wall. So there you go. That's the beauty of it. And he'll put, those steel rods through it and all kinds of levels of concrete and we'll stop all those big fat guys. So you're right about that. I'll say it again. He's going to go somewhere else as a defensive coordinator. That's fine. Let him go somewhere else. He's going to go back to Coach Belichick. Don't forget one of our all-time favorites, Yatil Green, Big O, Jimmy's prize wide receiver he drafted. That's right. Well, he's the second best wide receiver he drafted because remember, Larry Shannon will be as good as Randy Moss, according to Jimmy Johnson. Let's see, what else do we have here? Big O, serious question, because I'm only 37. When was the last time you felt confident as a Fins fan? Oh, it had to have been the Marino years, my brother. And before Jimmy, because Jimmy destroyed Marino and the offense, but it had to have been the Shula Marino times, dude. Yeah, even though we knew we didn't have a running game and not a great defense and all that, not even a good defense. That was when we had confidence because it's Marino, dude. Marino could light anybody up and you had a chance. You literally had a chance in every game because of Dan Marino. That was the beauty. So that's the last time that I was confident as a Dolphins fan because I had the coach and I had the quarterback. And I would imagine that if most Dolphin fans that are old enough, of course, I think they would all agree with me because I don't believe we ever really had confidence in any other era. Not the Jimmy era, not the Wannstedt era, not Cam Cameron, not Sperano, not anything. Gase, you name it. None of these guys. Philbin, whatever. None of these guys ever instilled confidence in me as a Doll fan. I was starting to get it a little bit with Flo. I will say that. I was starting to get it and feel a little bit of it with Flo, but it just wasn't there because of the offense. And, this year's kind of been like the nail in the coffin with the whole offensive, mess. Let's see, because I'm trying to understand how we can be bad for so long. Look at the Detroit Lions, my brother. Look at the Chicago Bears. Although the Bears did win it in 85. Dolphins were the only ones to beat them that year. But, it's happened to a couple of teams that have been bad for a long, long time. So there you go. Trump was a lot better. People just got butthurt. I don't know about that now. All I know is he's also an anti-crypto guy. And if you don't know that, then, you just don't follow anything. You just are probably a blind Trumpy. Biden doesn't even know where he is half the time. Yeah, no, you're right about that. And the other half, he's also tripping and falling all over himself. But he's good at giving away money. He's really good at that. There's a part of me that like kind of feels like guilty that I didn't cash in on all that money that they gave out. Like I'm so old school. I never filed for a penny. It's like, damn, maybe I should have done that too, you know? Let's see. Big O, as detestable as he is, would you hire Dan Mullen as Dolphins OC? He is a big RPO guy and can design an offense for Tua. You know what, Leon? As long as he doesn't have to talk every week and just keep him shut up and keep him in the background running the offense, yeah, that actually wouldn't, Leon, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
But then we have to do the co-coordinator thing again.
Oh God.
Because coordinators have to talk once a week.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, you know what? Flo will make a special thing that they'll say, well, we're going to have Charlie Fry just answer questions, even though he's not really the offensive coordinator. So Charlie will be the designated. Well, you know, the Dolphins had a receiver once that didn't want to talk to the media, and he had another fellow receiver talk for him. So we can bring that back. And that's it, because you really don't want Dan Mullen talking. You just don't want Dan Mullen opening his mouth, bro. Because, yeah, no, the media is going to love Dan Mullen opening his mouth because he says some really stupid things. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's twist this thing. Let's get to talking a little college football with the man, the myth, the legend that is Manny Navarro. We do that next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All righty, welcome back. Let's do it, baby. The Canes look to wrap up the regular season this weekend, taking on Duke. Manny Navarro, of course, does an excellent job of covering the Miami Hurricanes. And, of course, it's our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report. Catch Manny's work there at The Athletic, and you can catch him a couple times a week here talking a little Canes football. Manny, how you feeling? You feeling all right?
Doing great, man. How are you? Have a good Thanksgiving?
Yes, bro. Yes, plenty of turkey last night, which was so good, and I can't wait to get home to have the leftovers now. Because
right.
you got to have the leftovers, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The only thing is I'm not going to have any maluros or any boniato when I get there, so that's already gone. But the rice and beans will be – usually the beans taste better the next day, bro.
They do. They
right?
do. That's a great point. Yeah.
I'm so looking forward to a little turkey and leftovers when I get home, man. So anyway, hope you had a good one too with the family, my brother. All right.
Did.
That's good. This is one of those weeks where, I mean, you should take care of business. This shouldn't be this should be one of the easier games for you on the schedule. In other words,
right?
Duke's not very good, my brother.
No, they're pretty bad, and it's funny. In the preseason for the Athletic, I ended up writing the preview on Duke, and I spoke to a couple of their coaches, and for them, they had done a really good job recruiting, getting some guys on offense over the years, which is why they ended up winning the division. They got some South Florida kids, if you remember, at receiver, and they had some playmakers, and I thought David Cutcliffe did probably the best job of any coach at Duke, right, with what he did with them over the years. But they're kind of reaching the tail end of their run. They don't have the Daniel Jones at quarterback. They don't have some of the other kids that they've put in the NFL over the years. And so it's a very 48-0 last year to the same Miami team. I expect something similar to that. I think it'll be another blowout tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, man. And I got to tell you, it's become must-see TV watching Van Dyke because
Yep.
that kid is just going to unleash the hammer, bro. I
Yeah.
mean, we should call him Thor, the Thor of quarterback, because he comes with the hammer every week, bro. It's just
he
fun to watch.
He has really grown quite a bit here in the matter of 5 weeks, and the confidence level shot through the roof. And he's got good receivers, right? Charleston Ramble's making good catches for him.
Well, he's got accuracy, bro. You don't teach that, Manny. You don't
you're
teach
right.
that. You don't teach that. I'm sorry, you don't.
Yeah. I think
Because as much as I like this other kid, De'Aaron King, he's not half the passer this guy is.
Right. Arm strength, accuracy, all those things. Yeah. And he's and what's exciting about Tyler is we still don't know how good he can get, right? Like he's just played 8. I mean, this is what, 7-8 starts for him. Yeah. Like, and really you would say just the last 5 games, because the first 2 games they were very conservative with him, and then because they had to be aggressive, all of a sudden they let him cut it loose in the second half of those 2 losses to Virginia and North Carolina. But let's see where this guy goes in the offseason, what kind of improvement he makes. To me, he is probably the first. I mean, Brad Kaya was somebody I think we all had high hopes for. Obviously couldn't, back injury, career cut short. He never really got on in the NFL, but I think this guy is legitimate, NFL talent. I think he can play quarterback for an NFL team.
Oh yeah, no, he's got NFL skills, man. There's no doubt in my mind that guy's got NFL, and he's got NFL moxie. That's the other thing that he plays the game fearless.
Yep.
And I really like that about him, because if you're going to be conservative as a quarterback, I don't want you, dude. I just, it's just not going to happen, because there are moments that the windows are going to be tight and you're going to have to complete it. And there are times you're going to have to take some chances. If you're going to wait every time that somebody has to be wide open for you to throw it to them, then you're not going to be a very good quarterback in the end. And what I like about him is he has that temperament that maybe does translate to the next level, because he is willing to take chances.
Yeah, and another thing I like about him is he's not a statue, right? Like, even though he's been sacked a few times,
he can move around. Yeah,
he uses the pump fake. He gets guys to bite, dive at him. I mean, he can run with the ball and make plays. So to me, he's even better than I thought he would be, to be honest with you. I thought Jake Garcia would eventually overtake him. I can't see that happening now if he keeps improving the way that he is. And Jake Garcia, by the way, I think is a great quarterback too. I felt better about Jake coming out of the spring than I did TVD. I think once he gets healthy, there'll be a great competition. And man, I hope for Miami State they both stick around, because that would be fabulous to have back-to-back years of really good quarterback play.
Should you have a competition?
I think for the kid to stick around, you should, and for Jake to get, for TVD to get better. I think you say those kind of things so that
you say it. Yes,
you say those kind of things so that those guys don't compete. But ultimately, if TVD is, I mean, he to me, has he proven that he deserves to be the starter next year? Yes, I think without question. But I think your goal as a program ultimately is to keep both of those guys, because we've seen you can get knocked out, you lose that quarterback, and you're a completely different team. So
yeah, no, I'm with you there, Manny. What have you heard since we last spoke to you earlier in the week about Diaz's situation? A lot of people are feeling that he may survive.
Yeah.
Is that a feeling that is now starting to circulate in your eyes?
I mean, I think it's just opinions. I think people have different opinions on the matter. And I think the moment you fired Blake James and you came out to the media, me and others included, and said, hey, we're going to spend money, you do that because you're A, trying to get the fan base excited, right? And B, I think you're also trying to put the message to potential coaches that you're serious about improving the situation at the University of Miami, right? Because the knock on Miami has always been, well, they're not going to spend. You're not going to be able to hire a great staff. You're not going to be able to have all the things that you would have at an Oregon or a Mississippi or some other places. And I think that message was strategically played for the fact that if they can land a better coach, they will. That's been my opinion the whole time. I think if they can get the better coach, they will. But if they can't get the guys that they really want, my opinion is they stick with Manny Diaz. And there's no rush to fire him. Like, you could fire him on Sunday or Saturday, but the reality is the coaches that you probably want are coaching their teams through their bowl games. So, you could hold on to him for different reasons and let him coach the bowl game and then make the firing afterward. So number one is athletic director. They got to settle that. That's the guy who's ultimately going to break the tie in all these decisions going on behind the scenes. And, to me, it's a very small contingent of people who really have a say in this. I know everybody thinks, the board of trustees and this guy who gives this money and this guy who gives that money. It's President Frank, his two dudes, and one other person that are involved. 4 people that are making the decisions here. And I think if they get some sort of guarantee or some sort of feeling that they can get the coaches they really want, I think they let go of Manny. And if not, he comes back. And you play it that way. That's my opinion. That's the way I view it.
Remember, you can follow him on Twitter, and that is at Manny_Navarro. Manny, when you start to look at the possible changes, okay, now, what else have you been able to hear about that? Because I think what we're all trying to figure out is, would they actually spend the money that they need to spend? Because that's really the ultimate question. And then as you've seen the landscape grow with other big schools needing coaches themselves, do you see them competing with those schools for the same 2 or 3 guys that are going to be available, and those guys are going to be asking for a lot of money?
Yeah, I mean, the notion was what I was told November 2nd and what I reported November 2nd was simple. Money will not be an issue, according to the Miami administration. Now, does that mean we're going to expect a commitment forever, that they're going to put it in writing somewhere, that every year we're giving the athletic program $30 million, $40 million, $50 million to make sure the football team doesn't fall apart? I don't know that that's going to be written anywhere. I think this is more about the school president getting called out on national television, on ESPN, and saying, you know what? We're going to do something about this because, I got people who want to wring my neck for other reasons, and I got to look strong in this situation. And I think his commitment goes as far as he goes, because the next president, whoever it is down the road, comes in, they could come in and run Miami the way it used to be run. But for right now, this commitment is, I think, for a potential coaching change and whatever it takes to get the football team to win. Beyond that, I can't sit here through my reporting and my conversations with Miami's administration say that I know that there's any fixed number that everybody's agreed to. That there's going to be 30 or 40 million coming every year, I think is presumptive. That's not. I don't think that's necessarily accurate.
Well, I mean that's and to me that's going to be the challenge, right there.
Mm-hmm.
That if you make this change, you got to convince the public that you're not hiring another Manny, another Golden, another Shannon.
Right.
I
agree. I think this is about, if you can land the kind of coach that you want, the guy that's going to come in here and take you to that level where you win the Coastal Division every single year, or nearly every single year, you're playing for the ACC championship, you're getting into the college football playoff. I think that is the vision for what this program wants. That's the goal, right? But you can't just fire Manny Diaz and say, well, we're going to get somebody better, and then go hire a guy from, I don't know, Coastal Carolina, right? You can't just go hire a guy to G5 and say, well, that's going to solve the issues. I think this is about getting a proven head coach in here, a guy who can win, the guy who can recruit South Florida, keep the kids home, even when you're struggling, even in a situation right now, a guy who can work the transfer portal, a guy who just knows how to get it done, Big O. I mean, that's it. Like, there's no excuses. There's no reason Miami shouldn't win the division every year. I mean, when Pittsburgh and North Carolina, Virginia Tech are your biggest competition every single year, you should be able to beat those teams and win the division. That's just a fact.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I listen. This is the frustrating part for all of us, man. We know that they make the money. We know that they can spend the money if they really wanted to. We know they should be a lot better than what they are. But the problem is, until we see, and this has been a problem for decades now,
Right.
until we actually see the administration embrace and care football as much as the fans and the media do,
Right.
then we'll believe it. You know what I'm saying? But meanwhile, we're all sitting there waiting for that day to come that they show that kind of commitment, because unfortunately, they could get away with a lot of crap back in the day because money wasn't the factor it is now.
Right.
Now that money's the factor, there's another game that needs to be played, whether
Absolutely.
it's just paying your coaches or your facilities or your amenities and all that other stuff that all of a sudden now has become I mean, who the hell cared about Nike school 30 years ago? You know what I'm saying?
Nobody did, right?
Nobody was talking about, are you an Under Armour school, a Nike, or Reebok? Oh, kids love Nike, so you gotta want to try to be Nike because they'll gravitate more to Nike. None of that mattered in the 80s and 90s.
Uniforms, remember all the crazy uniform combinations? Oh, the kids, that's what they care about now, right? They want the
material.
Yep.
And you weren't materialistic in those days. In those days, it was just flat out about winning. So that's why all these old school guys are having trouble with all of this, because they didn't come to the University of Miami because of a facility. They didn't come to the University of Miami because you got 9 uniforms. They came to the University of Miami because you were winning championships.
And because you'd go to the first round.
And you would end up in the NFL because you were playing for championships. That's not the priority anymore, because in order for you to use that as a priority, then money and amenities have to be also your priority. And that's where the University of Miami has just lagged behind and failed.
Yep. And again, I was talking to somebody last night about this. They said, well, why, what happened? When did things change? I said, well, the moment they got into the ACC, they just started cashing those checks and building buildings. Right? I mean, you went down to Miami. Remember how small the Hecht Athletic Center used to be?
Joke.
The media office where we would hang out to wait for practice to end. I mean, that whole thing was just, it was tiny. It was nothing. The weight room was nothing.
Right.
And they've spent all that money building the buildings around it and making it nice and making it pretty, but they never put the money into the coaching. Not nearly enough. Not nearly enough to give the guys that are running the team the materials that they need to win, and not hiring the quality guys that you need to win. And that requires money too. So I look, if the school is serious about this commitment, like I told you guys on November 2nd, when I reported that story, that supposedly this is what they said, money's not an issue. Then things are going to get better, and you should be happy as a Miami fan, because that's what the school's saying. And I think at this point, for them to backtrack, I mean, the amount of egg on their face at that point, right, to all of a sudden not spend money. So just sit tight, relax. This is the last regular season game. We'll see what happens once the athletic director is hired, which will probably happen at some point next week or the week after. And we'll see. We'll see what that guy decides and what he wants and how serious they are about winning.
Well, Leon Fresco sent in a little super chat. Thank you, Leon. As always, he says, does Manny prefer the Sun Bowl or the Charlotte Mayo Bowl?
Boy.
So what bowl
I've been to El Paso twice, brother.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been El Paso. I was my car broke down. So I'm coming back from San Francisco in the 280ZX. Okay. This is a long time ago. This is almost like 25 years ago or something like that. 97, in other words. So yeah, about 25 years ago, 24 years ago. So we're coming back from San Francisco, and we're doing this whole thing. I go, to LA, and then we went over the Grand Canyon. We hung out for a night, and then we leave the Grand Canyon. So my wife drives, right? And I rest a little bit. So all of a sudden I hear, and I wake up, and she slammed on the brakes, and we're stopped. And I look around, and we are in the middle of nowhere, right?
Right.
And she goes, oh, I'm so sorry. I panicked. I thought the stop sign was closer. Meanwhile, the stop sign is still 40 yards away. She never reached the stop sign. And then she starts crying all of a sudden. And I look at her and I go, hey, relax. Everything's fine. You just stopped and we're good. No accidents, no nothing. Relax. You don't need to cry. She goes, no, I broke the car. And I go, what do you mean you broke the car? She goes, yeah, look at the clutch. And I look down and she hits the clutch and it's going like this.
Oof.
But luckily I grew up with a trucker. My dad was a trucker for many, many years. So he taught me how to drive stick without a clutch. So I know how to drive a stick car without a clutch. Where you accelerate, and then as it's decelerating, that's when you bring it into the next gear. And it's one of those things that you feel anyway.
Right.
So I go, hey, relax. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. So I put the car into first gear, and that's how you got to start it. You got to put it in first gear and start it. It'll kick off.
Right.
And so I kicked off. I took off. I drove for 900 miles.
Woo! God
without
bless
a
you.
clutch. Okay. We
Wow.
stopped in San Antonio before El Paso because it's San Antonio, then El Paso, right? That's how it is, right? Or is it El Paso, San Antonio? Which one
Well,
is
El
it?
Paso's further west, so yeah, I would assume
Yes.
El Paso first, right?
Right, it's El Paso first, then San Antonio? Is that
Yep.
what it is?
Yep.
Okay, right. So we got to El Paso. That's what it was. We got to El Paso and we got to the Nissan dealership there. Okay. We pull into the Nissan dealership and I have them check on the car. And they go, yeah, we know what's wrong with it. You need this piece. We don't have it. It's a $24 piece of plastic that my wife broke in the clutch. And so they go, well, they have it in San Antonio. Well, sure enough, I got in the car and I finished my 900 and some odd mile trek to San Antonio, and I ended up fixing it. And so I do remember El Paso.
You passed right through it.
and I smelled right through it.
Right.
Let's put it the right way, okay?
Yeah.
What people don't realize is the second you come right out of El Paso for about 40 miles, it's just cattle.
Yep, pretty much. Manure everywhere. Yep.
And exactly. For 40 miles, you are smelling crap.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep. It's true.
Yeah, I know. On Lee Trevino Drive. I remember seeing Lee Trevino Drive there in El Paso because I learned that Lee Trevino was from El Paso.
Yep.
I didn't know that until I saw Lee Trevino Drive in El Paso. So there's my El Paso story when I was in a 280X back in '97. How about that?
Hey, brother, listen. El Paso, when I was there, was the Notre Dame game when it was snowing. Remember?
Oh yeah,
that game, Miami Notre Dame, that was the game Al Golden was introduced as the next coach to the media, and whatever. Like it was okay. I've been in other terrible towns. Listen, I was where was I 2 years ago in Louisiana? Where the Independence Bowl is. That's no picnic either, bro. It's not New Orleans.
You've done Boise too, right? You've done Boise.
I didn't go to Boise. Thankfully, I didn't have to go to Boise. But I've been to a bunch of places, cities where you don't want to go for a bowl game. So for me, it doesn't matter. I'm skipping Durham this week. I'm not going up to Duke for the game. I'm going to watch it from home. Really no reason to be there. If they fire Manny, we're not going to get him after the game. So
right. And if they fire,
anyways,
they'll fire him down here. They're not going to fire him there.
Right.
Yeah, right. Unless Duke goes and embarrasses you by 30 points, then maybe they might fire him right there.
Right. Then,
you need a hitchhike home, bro.
They'll make him take an Uber back.
Yeah. They say call the Panthers. They'll call you a taxi. I don't know, something like that. It'll do something like that. All right. So you got a prediction? What's 10, 15?
Yeah,
20
I think
points?
Miami wins by 28.
Okay.
28.
Wow.
I think they beat them pretty good. I think it would be something like 42-14 or something like that, probably.
Okay. All right. Beautiful thing. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro and catch him twice a week here for the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Manny, as always, you're a stud. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Same to you. Happy holidays, peeps.
You got it. There you go, Manny. Be good. Happy holidays, my man. All right. Daniel Grafton says, V-Chain, jump on it. You're right. I did this morning. I jumped on it. I wasn't planning on jumping on it that much, but I did after I sold all my shit accidentally. All right. That has been the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right, we are back. Thank you all, as always, for hanging in there. Appreciate all of you. We are out here at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines, baby. We will take you here for a little while more. We got Omar Kelly. He's going to join us on the other side of this hour, so we'll have a little fun with Omar, and we'll get his thoughts on some of the things going on in Dolphin Nation. Trill Williams, by the way, was injured at practice and will not play this week, according to Brian Flores. I'm looking at here on the Twitter. Preston Williams, by the way, Flores says physically Preston Williams looks the same. He's been out quite a bit, so those fundamentals you have to get those back, which he has done. I haven't seen him fundamentally sound yet because he still drops too many balls. What else do we have here? Also, Flores says Beagle is doing well and he's looked good in practice, moving around well. I really love the activation of Vince Beagle. Now, he hasn't played football in a while, so he's got to get into football shape. But, man, he added so much to the pass rush. I really like him. Shaheen is out for Sunday for the Finns. I mean, this guy, you know what? Another one of those Devontae Parker types at the end of the year. Get rid of his ass. You can't count on him. Hunter Long will get a chance. Philip Lindsay practiced today for the first time in full pads. Flores was non-committal on whether Holland, Brandon Jones, and Dieter will play on Sunday. He says, today will tell us a lot on Holland and Jones. So we'll see. I think they both will play, man. I don't think this is – I think they might be a little banged up, but I think Jones and Holland do end up playing. I don't know about Dieter because, remember, he is coming back from an injury, and it looks like he might have had some kind of surgery or whatever. So, you gotta be a little easier with a guy like that who's got to get back. Now, he has been practicing for a couple of weeks, so maybe, just maybe, he has, at least physically what he – maybe he's comfortable enough to put him back into the lineup, which would be good. Let's see, what else do we have? Also, Brian Flores wore a mask to the press conference. So I guess he was precautionary. Interesting to see him wearing a mask. I haven't seen him wearing a mask in a while. Huh? Oh, yeah, the paper one? All right, so those are some of the things I saw on Twitter that came from the press conference. We are going to have Omar Kelly join us here on the other side, and he will get his thoughts on all of that because you got Holland and Jones banged up. They signed Will Parks, a safety off the San Francisco practice squad. And Landon Roberts and Christian Wilkins were limited. You know that Trill Williams is not going to play with the hamstring. They claimed Philip Lindsay off the waivers from the Texans. And Philip Lindsay, let me tell you something, just in case any of you out there might, start getting excited or something about Philip Lindsay. Philip Lindsay is a overachiever. He's one of those guys you admire because he's a small guy that's overcome a lot in order to get here. But because he's a small guy, I've never really been a fan of Philip Lindsay because he's not durable enough and he breaks down. I remember when I was doing the, one of the many shows that I did on Sirius Mad Dog Radio, a Bronco listener called me and said, "Hey, do you think we should sign Philip Lindsay and give him and I said, "No, I don't think you give a guy like that a long-term contract because a guy like that can't stay healthy. And that's a problem. If he can't stay healthy, then he can't help you. And so and he's not big enough to handle the pounding and be a featured back. So no, I would not sign him. And that was the best thing they did was I believe they had an offer on the table and then they rescinded the offer on the table in the middle of the negotiations and then allowed him to become a free agent. If I remember correctly, not sure how it went, but I know it was something like that. So listen, they don't have a great line. So I don't know how good anybody can be behind this line. You know what I mean? Like I told you earlier on the show, unless we're talking about a Ricky Williams, a Barry Sanders type, you're going to need a freak back there. But a freak that is a freak physically, athletically, all of those things. It can't be somebody that lacks size or lacks athleticism or lacks speed. It has to be somebody that is exceptional in all areas. We're talking about an elite back. That's the only way somebody is really productive behind a line that just cannot block the way it needs to block down in and down out. So it's a nice depth move at this point in time to finish out the season, but he's not the answer for anything on a long-term basis. Philip Lindsay. But, whatever. Zach Thomas, by the way, once again, a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Maybe we'll get into a little bit more of that. Let's do this. Let's take a break because we're at the top of the hour, and let's get ready for the final hour of the program. And Omar Kelly will join us when we come back right here on the Big O Radio Show, coming to you live from Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Howdy, welcome aboard. Final stretch here of the program. We await Omar Kelly. He's going to join us. We'll talk with Omar. We'll get his thoughts on the game coming up against the Carolina Panthers. Very important game. See if the boys can get the win. You know, the Panthers are favored by 2 in this game. The over and under is 42. Panthers are minus 130 in the money line. Miami is plus 110 in the money line. So we'll see what happens. This is going to be a tough game because of their defense. It's going to be a hell of a challenge. Great challenge for the offensive line for the Miami Dolphins. Great challenge for Tua and the offense. Listen, you want to win this game? Don't allow Gesicki to get off the field. Don't bring him in for anybody. Well, thank God that Adam Shaheen isn't going to play that way. Maybe they'll play Gesicki the entire time. And Matt Collins needs to be on the field the entire time, along with Jalen Waddle. Put your playmakers out on the field on Sunday against this team, against this defense. Don't try to gamble that if Preston Williams feels good enough to come back, you want to try to use him or Devontae Parker or whatever. If these guys aren't healthy, don't force the issue. Use the guys that are reliable and you can count on. That's it. I mean, Preston Williams, even healthy, cannot be counted on because he drops too many passes. And there's this tendency that he has that he keeps going to the well with Albert Wilson. I'll give Albert some credit. He has made a couple of plays at least the last couple of weeks. You know, he's been kind of useless, but still, he has made a couple plays. But Matt Collins always makes plays. So if you want to beat this team, man, put the people out there that will make plays for you. And Jalen Waddle, I can't say enough about how impressed I am with Jalen Waddle this season. I can't wait to see Jalen Waddle in a real offense with a real offensive line and a real running game. You know, if the Dolphins can ever figure that out in the next year or two here, Jalen Waddle is going to be an all-pro. You're going to see him make tons of plays downfield, but until they get several issues fixed, he's going to have to play the game he's playing now. But the way he has adjusted to this has shown, you know what we don't talk enough about is he's a rookie and he plays like a veteran. I mean, the kid is aware of where that marker is, and he is doing his best to make plays and be more of a possession guy at the moment because it's what they need. They don't have a lot of luxuries, unfortunately. You know what I mean? The luxury is to have an offensive line. The luxury is to have another person that can work the underneath and let him go over the top. The luxury is that your quarterback has enough time to drop back and find somebody downfield. I forgot who it was on which one of the games yesterday that the announcer was, well, you know, they would like to go more downfield, but they can't because the offensive line just doesn't give them enough time. I'm like, damn, I wonder where I've heard that one before. I forgot which team it was, but there was one of those teams. Might have been New Orleans. Might have been with Trevor Siemian. It might have been that one. I'm not exactly sure. It makes a lot of sense. But it's just, you want to beat this team, use your weapons. Keep your weapons on the field. Use your best players. And Matt Collins is one of your best players. And he's incredibly reliable. Love what I've seen from him. Waddle may make the Pro Bowl if he keeps this up for the last 6 games. Well, he'll keep it up. I just would love everything else so we can actually see him make the – I'm not demanding him to be downfield like some people like, well, no, he's no good. He's not getting downfield. Well, that's not his fault. That's the situation he's in. He's adjusting. He's not crying and moping. You know, let me tell you something. Here's another thing that I like about Waddle, his maturity. Because do you think Odell Beckham's going to do this? Or do you think Odell Beckham, hey, man, I'm a big-time receiver. I need to get downfield. You're calling all these short plays for me. He might end up complaining. This kid doesn't complain. This kid's a pro's pro. He's doing everything he can to win. He's doing everything he can to move the chains. He's doing everything he can with his body to stretch out and make sure he gets that first down. Everything about Jalen Waddle tells me that this guy's a winner, a player, and I can't wait till they figure out everything else, because then we're going to see the best of Jalen Waddle. But he has been awesome, man. I really like him. Lindsey is a rotational back, short-term possible spark. You might get a couple decent runs from him, whatever, but it's not something that, anything to write home about. And, Waddle has been huge win for the Dolphins. I agree. Albert Yak Wilson, fan club vice president, checking in. Let's see. Darren Lee says Waddle reminds me of a Mark Clayton. A little bit, yeah. I don't know if he's as athletic in the air as Mark Clayton. That's the only thing. But the other stuff has a little Claytonish in him, yeah. I can see that. It was good to see Grant play yesterday. We could use him back. He was a spark. He did a decent job with returns yesterday. Waddle won't make the Pro Bowl if we can't get some big splashy plays this year. He's got great stats overall. I mean, he's getting a lot of catches, getting a lot of first downs. And I get that he's not going to get a lot of the big plays, but he's still scoring a few touchdowns and he's still putting up some stats. I remember how earlier in the season, Big O was critical of Waddle for dropping passes. Yes, you are correct, Rosendo. Good reminder. He was dropping way too many passes, and that stopped. To his credit, I like that. He worked on that. Rich V says, Big O, watching the show from the home on TV. I can't like the show on the TV, but signed on my phone just to smash the button. Home. Hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving yesterday. Thank you, Rich V. I appreciate it. Caddyshack says he's great, just not going to get the recognition he deserves from this non-Finns fan. Probably, because when you're stuck in a bad offense, that's usually the case. You're probably right. That he won't get the recognition he deserves. If the team was having more success, then he would probably get more love. I definitely understand that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. That's a logical approach to it, Caddy. Bills defeat the Saints yesterday 31-6. Bills are now 7-4. Josh Allen threw 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Bears defeat the Lions 16-14. Chicago's 4-7. Lions are 0-10-1. And Dan Campbell is not a head coach. He has no business being a head coach. Penalties, mistakes, so unprepared. What a mess, dude. What a mess. And for the Bears, and the Bears got that win. Did you see what happened to Nagy at his kid's high school game? So he was at his kid's high school game, and they started chanting in the stands, "Fire Nagy, fire Nagy." And so then the principal then had to come out and apologize on behalf of the way people acted at the game and all that. What a shame, dude. What a shame. But, I mean, this is kind of the way it goes. It's tough to be a Bears fan. You can't expect Bears fans to have patience.
And you heard they released the statement about Nagy getting fired to galvanize the locker room.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, which is like
pro football.
Only the Bears would do something that stupid to try to like galvanize the locker room by saying something like that. I mean, it just makes no sense. And I don't even know what stories to believe, if they were galvanizing the locker room or.
And then what does it say that you had to get that last second field goal to win the game?
By luck.
Seemed like the Bears were trying to lose the game.
Right, yeah. Basically, and Detroit was giving it away because they kept screwing up. I mean, it's embarrassing, dude. Really. And Dan Campbell stands on the sidelines like he doesn't know what the hell's going on. Like he can't figure it out. And it was so obvious to me. at least. This is one of the few things in life that I got right, and that's Dan Campbell. Like, from the get-go, you can tell that that's not the guy you put as a head coach. He's just not, man. A cheerleader doesn't belong as a head coach. Your head coach has to be somebody that is calm, cool, and collective, and at the same time, incredibly smart and knows how to put his team in a favorable position more often than not. And that's not something that he knows. Like, I while I didn't expect the Saints to win, I understand if you respect Sean Payton and you think he can pull off a miracle. Well, it's Sean Payton. He's a damn good coach. You know what I mean? Look at Jameis Winston's stats, and you can see that even Winston has cut down on his turnovers because of Sean Payton. That's Sean Payton. It's like Michael Vick had 1 year where he passed over 60%. It's like 62%. And it was the 1 year that he was a couple years with Andy Reid, but that 1 year, that was like a magical year for him because Michael Vick was never a good passer. But Andy Reid can work with you and make you better than what you really are. And that's what he did that 1 year. That kind of stuff. So I get it that certain coaches but Dan Campbell's not a guy. I look at him and it's like, no, there's nothing there, dude. I'm sorry. He's not going to bail you out of anything. University of Miami, by the way, lost to Dayton 76-60. They got routed, by the way. Absolutely routed. Isaiah Wong only had 10 points. He is fun to watch. I like that kid. No one else in double figures. But if Isaiah Wong isn't having a big night, you got absolutely no shot. Dayton shot 57% from three-point range, 11 of 19. They are right now playing North Texas right now. I don't know what the score is, but they're playing them right now as it is. You got a score for me? Oh, okay, forget about that. Let's go to Omar Kelly. Let's talk a little Miami Dolphins with our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
Alrighty, there he is, Peloton and all. Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com. Yes, Miami Dolphins report. Yes.
I set you up for failure.
Oh, no?
It's actually, it looks like, I think it's his
It's not a
daughter. It's the
Oh,
daughter
it's
of the carrier. I thought it was a
carrier.
workout bike.
Oh,
No,
With the baby. I'm
okay.
sorry.
Sean told me he's got a Peloton back there.
no, yeah, it's a baby.
It's a baby, not a Peloton. What's wrong with you?
That's more expensive.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
to my defense, you were blocking the bay. All I could see was the
handles.
so I thought it was a bike.
Yeah, no, I'm not on the Peloton movement. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. But hey, you never know it until you try it.
Hey, listen, for if people, they don't want to go to the gym anymore, germ-wise, after everything that's gone on, I can understand them buying a Peloton and staying home. I kind of get the home gym thing now. You know what I'm saying? Because after a while, you realize, okay, we just had a pandemic, or we're still in the middle of a pandemic. Do I go somewhere where I start to use a machine that a whole bunch of other sweaty people have used? You know what I'm saying? So I kind of get I get it. I understand that. I haven't gotten one myself, but I understand it. You know what I mean? It's
See, but what's different than you having your own exercise bike, or you having your own treadmill, or you having your own rower?
It's your sweat, nobody else's, bro.
No, but I'm saying in terms of the Peloton, you're just having somebody talk to you.
Yeah, I guess it's programmed so you can join people, compete against people, have a teacher, all that kind of stuff.
I'm like, do I need to compete that badly though? I don't think I do. I really don't.
You know what? Wait a minute.
I want to get back to doing my class pass.
No, but wait a minute. Well, no, wait a minute. But Omar, I do understand that. You know why? Some people can't just exercise.
Okay.
They need headphones. They need music.
Yeah.
Some people want somebody pushing them because sometimes just exercising is boring.
Yeah,
so then
not sometimes. It's all the time boring.
Exactly. So you need a little something. So I can understand the people that might want video or a coach or a personal trainer or music or whatever it is to kind of assist you in trying to get through the workout. I understand that. It makes sense. At least in my eyes, it makes sense.
I'm more into the tonal. I think that's what it's called.
Right. That's another one that that's
the
very
gym
popular.
that's on your wall.
Yeah,
Like,
that's cool.
I've thought about it, but listen, I have a gym and it's I'm rarely ever in there, and one, because if I have an extra hour, I want sleep, rest, not no offense, Mila.
I'm with you.
I don't props to my wife, because she's adamant about exercising, which I know and I love about her, but like I don't have the time, I don't have the energy level.
Right.
I hope to get it, but not right now.
Well, as you get older, it doesn't happen. So all I can tell you as a guy who gets older every day, I don't know how you get the energy. It's hard to get the energy. It's hard to find it.
Yeah.
Before I get into the Dolphins,
Uh-huh.
I don't know how much you watched yesterday, but I've never been a Man Campbell fan. Not when he was here. I was laughing at him.
I
The Oklahoma drill and all that.
Hold on, before you say something, I didn't watch a second of it because I was at a Thanksgiving house that decided that they're not going to have cable, and then they couldn't get the game. So I was blacked out from all the games, but it's all good.
You didn't miss anything. It was a disaster, bro. I mean, it was so unorganized.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's more of a pep talk kind of guy. To me, and this goes along with everything I've said about coaches for the last 3 coaches or 4 coaches, probably since Tony Sparano. It comes down to me in what kind of staff can you hire? Can you hire quality assistants? Because while Dan Campbell, the motivational stuff and I am going to run through a wall for you stuff is cute. You got to X's and O's it. You got to coach it up. You got to counter when they figure out what your game plan and strategy is. You have to counter. So, and I just didn't feel like Dan Campbell, even though he's got the Bill Parcells anointing. I didn't think that he had what it took to be successful right away. Now he was part of the Sean Payton tree too, which is another. Once you're under that Parcells tree, everybody associated with Parcells got a ride for you too. So maybe he gets that and the connections to be successful. But for here, I'm good.
Yeah, no, definitely. For me, I laughed when we had Dolphins, on his bandwagon. And then when he got hired in Detroit, I was really laughing my ass off because I kind of knew.
They don't have a really good team, though. If you look at their roster, it's not very good. I mean, Charles.
No, I know.
That's pass rusher.
But it's just a lack of just organization. You know what I mean? It's just just watching it, you can tell that it's just, it's a poorly run team, and he's just not ready to be a head coach at all. And I don't think he'll ever be a head coach, to be honest with you. In the end, dude, you've been around players long enough to figure it out already. If what you're selling ain't working, and I'm not winning, and I'm not reaching my incentives, I'm not listening to you anymore. That's it. That's how it goes. That's how players work, man. They're not just going to keep running into walls for you just because you say it. If you tell me it and I'm not winning, and every time you tell me this is going to help us win, and I'm doing it and I'm not winning, and I'm not meeting incentives, it's over. It's over.
Depends on the level of player. If they're 2019 Dolphins players who would be out of the NFL if they didn't have the opportunity here, like I think the Lions roster is, there's only so many chances for the Charles Harrises of the world. I think they would continue to rally and they'll get that 1 or 2 victories and celebrate it like it was the 2007 Dolphins. Like, it's the never-ending flow of the NFL. New coach, new quarterback. We'll be bad for a while. Hopefully we'll turn a corner and never turn a corner. That's the NFL.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there.
Then we'll do it again. New coach, new quarterback. Hopefully we'll turn the corner. Never turn the corner. New coach, new quarterback. Hopefully we'll turn the corner. Never turn the corner. We're on our 3rd cycle of new coach, new quarterback. Hopefully we'll turn the corner.
Well, that's kind of why I'm off the Flo bandwagon now, because if for 3 years you showed me you can't find an offensive coordinator, an offensive line coach.
Hey, he found one. He got rid of him.
Well, somebody else found it for him. He got rid of it. That's something. But either way, you haven't been able to solve it for 3 years.
Yeah.
So and especially the O-line coach, because if you can't solve that, you're just going to get the quarterback killed. So to me, that's my problem with Flo now is why should I give you another year when you've proven to me for 3 years you can't fix your offensive staff and to bring you back again. And so to me, that's where we get a little disillusional with.
He fixed it. It just broke again. And
well, he broke it. He broke it.
I don't know about the Chan Gailey situation. I don't know what's what. Like, remember when they came out the reports that Chan was being fired, and then Dolphins were like, no, he's not being fired. He's not fired. He's still here.
And who do you think could have been firing him? It ain't gonna be the GM. It ain't gonna be the assistant GM. It's not gonna be the defensive coordinator. It's not gonna be the owner. There's only one guy that would have been fired.
Yeah, of course. But he didn't fire him. Supposedly resigned, kind of like, I'm tired of this. I don't need, and he truly doesn't need this. Like,
no, he doesn't, especially when he tells the head coach, the quarterback's not ready. No, we need to play him. We need to play him against the Rams this week.
Hey, man, listen, it's panned out for Tua to the point he's got experience. Do you know that this Sunday against the Carolina Panthers will be the completion of his rookie season? He will have made 16 NFL starts, has an 8-7 record, has pretty good statistics. If you really just look, if we're just going to say, okay, where are you after 17 NFL games, 15 NFL starts, 3,285 complete yards, 65% completion, 20 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Yards per attempt is 6.7. That could definitely improve, but it's 7.2 this year. 88.8 quarterback rating. I'm excited to watch him play against the Carolina Panthers. I look at this as a final exam because this is probably the 3rd best defense in the league. They hound the quarterback. They're stingy on 3rd downs. They give it up in the red zone, but they're stingy on 3rd downs. These are all things that can stop the run. These are all things that Miami struggles with. And to me, I've looked at Tua as kind of the fixer for the problems that they've had on offense. If you look at where he is, he's one of the best 4th quarter quarterbacks in the NFL. Efficiency on drives in the first quarter is in the first drive. The efficiency level is ridiculous. It's off the charts. I just wrote the advance about it in terms of where he is. In the first quarter, in the first drive, he's completing 29 of 35 passes, 274 yards, 2 touchdowns rushing, 1 touchdown running. They've only missed 1 field goal. He scored in every first quarter, or put the team in scored in every first quarter except for the Buffalo game. In the second Buffalo game, Jason Sanders missed a field goal. And then you put it with his 4th quarter performances this year. Fourth quarter is phenomenal on his part. 75% of his completions. You got to excuse my baby here, picking up everything off the desk. 75% of his completions, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 114.2 quarterback rating in the fourth quarter. If you tell me my quarterback is going to be good against pressure, efficient, especially on the first drive, or, he's got those turnovers he needs to clean up, and fourth quarter performer, I'm like, I want that quarterback, especially now that he's delivering big plays. So I'm curious to see how he does against Panthers and just every game to finish out the season.
By the way, you left the most important part of that entire equation out. With all that praise you left out, he is excelling around garbage. That's the key. It's very important.
Yeah.
Very important that he excels around garbage, because one of the themes that I've been talking about all week long is that when you made the comparison of Fitz, it's ridiculous, because Fitz for 17 years was a backup, was a guy that came in the worst situations. Everywhere he went, he came in when the quarterback was struggling, when the team was bad, when the coach was fired. Everything was in chaos. So when he comes here, he can excel in those areas because he's been a chaotic quarterback his entire life. This kid comes from structure, every place in Alabama. And then he comes into the NFL, and it's all chaotic for him right now. If you notice, as you've mentioned, that this will be his 16th game, he has gotten better and better and better, understanding the chaotic nature that he's under and how he has to make plays in these kind of chaotic situations. He is a different Tua from even right now than he was at the beginning of this 16-game run in itself. That's why we must show patience, and people don't want to show patience, and people want to give up on the kid, and you really should not give up on the kid because he has not been given everything he needs to succeed. But having said all that, he is at least succeeding to a certain extent under probably the worst conditions.
The conditions aren't great. If they can do what they did against the Jets, which is run the football, and obviously the line is what it is. It's going to continue to be what it is, but they need some sort of consistency. And I think running the ball is it. Running the ball is the only thing that really can take the pressure off Tua. And I've always known that. And if they can consistently do that, Tua can do enough to put your team in position to win. Yes, is he still going to throw those boneheaded interceptions and needs to clean up some things in the later portion of the game or the middle portion of the game? Absolutely. But he's shown you that he's clutch. He's shown you that he has it. Mila. Yes.
She's psyched up about the game, bro.
Huh?
She's psyched up about the game.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what it's all about.
She listen.
She
loves football. Daddy talks too much.
She's a smart girl. She's a Tua fan.
Your mommy complains about the same thing. Daddy talks too much. Say hi to Big O. Say hello. Hi. You see him? He's good. As I said to you, and I said this to you at the beginning of the year, 2023, he will be the quarterback that he's going to be. You see him? You see him waving at you?
I see it.
You see him? He's going to be the quarterback that he's going to be. We just have to have the patience to see him develop and blossom. And we don't have the patience. We just don't. And I get it. I understand. Yeah, you see him waving at you? Oh, yes, you're going to give him a wave? You going to give him a wave? So it's, yes, the talent around him, like Flo talked about today, Fuller coming back and Devontae coming back. And, I'm not wishing upon a star. I'm not at high expectations. But right now, with this weaponry, he can win. With this line, he can win. The question is, can they run the ball? And to me, that's the magic formula.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. They got Philip Lindsay now, bro.
Yeah.
They're set.
That's Philip Lindsay and Duke Johnson are more accomplished and more talented than both of their top two backs. So
I think Gaskin is a better runner than Philip Lindsay.
Lindsay was a Pro Bowler, bro.
Yeah, I know he. Yeah, but that was also a good team. You know what I'm saying? But Gaskin is not on a good team. If you give him a decent line, I think he would actually be a better back overall. They're both like smaller backs, but I just think
every back on this team is like a scat back except for Malcolm Brown. I just don't get it.
I personally love Gaskin's balance in traffic. I think he has actually above average balance in traffic. I've been very impressed with him in that sense. The problem is he just has a terrible line right now, and he's not dynamic like Ricky or Barry or somebody like that.
Give me dynamic. Give me dynamic.
Yeah. I know, but none of these guys are dynamic. Philip isn't dynamic either.
I'm tired of scraping the
Oh, I know. This is why you wanted Najee, because exactly
you know the Dolphins
to protect Tua.
You know the Dolphins' approach to the run game is? It's like that Thanksgiving. You know when you have a pan and maybe there's rice in the pan, or maybe it's sweet mashed potatoes or sweet potato, and it cooks a little bit too much, and then you have to scrape the bottom.
Yep.
And it's that nasty stuff on the bottom.
Yep.
That's the Dolphins' approach to the run game. They want you to eat that nasty stuff. They want to go to the bottom of the basement, the waiver wire, the running back people throw away, the 7th round pick, the undrafted guy, and they want you to say it's delicious, Big O. It's delicious. I'm sorry, I'm not eating it. I will not eat it, Big O. If you don't go out and you don't take a back in the top 50 of next year's draft, or go sign a decent, respectable free agent, I wish doom upon you, because you clearly do not know what it's going to take for Tua to succeed. You need to go get a left tackle, a real center, and go get gosh darn back. And I cleaned it up. He's never going to be good. He's never going to be good without any of those things.
No, of course not. I know. Well, that's kind of what I've been saying all year, that he's just under a really difficult situation to succeed. And having said all that, he is still getting better, and that's with a fractured finger and fractured ribs too in the process. So it's not like he's going through this process fully healthy. No, he has suffered more injuries because they're so piss poor on the line and protecting him.
Yeah, he'll be good though. I think he'll be good. He's got it.
What do you hear about the safeties? I kind of get the feeling that they're going to play, but what do you think? Because you heard
maybe Brandon Jones won't play, but I have a feeling that Holland will play. If Eric Rowe has to fill in for a game or two, I'm sure he can get it done. Eric has had a disappointing season, no question about it. But I would love to see him get the opportunity to redeem himself and sort of reemerge. I don't think he'll be back here next year, but I definitely think he deserves the opportunity to prove what he could do in the NFL. He had a phenomenal year last year, and this year just hasn't been the same. And they've got younger guys that they want to play, and younger guys with greater strength, and he just hasn't been the same player that he was last year. It just happens, but I think he can get the job done.
Listen, this weekend, this is the kind of weekend where I want a Brandon Jones, because Cam Newton can run the ball, and plus Brandon is such a good blitzer.
Yeah,
I think you want to make Cam as uncomfortable as possible, and that would have helped out. But you're probably right.
His first start was against Cam Newton in his career. He started his rookie game, came out of nowhere, and he was phenomenal. I think he led the team in tackles that game. Now, did they stop Cam Newton? No, but I like. You know how I feel about Brandon. I like what I'm seeing from him. I don't necessarily like the player. I didn't like the player at the beginning of the year. I'm not going to front. Too many blown assignments. Can't really cover that well.
But you're coming around. You're coming around.
I am coming around. I am coming around, especially how they use him. I don't really.
You know why you're coming around? Because you know that hopefully he'll figure out his cover stuff.
Yeah.
But he makes plays.
Yeah.
And You can't teach that. You can't teach what Holland does. You can't teach what Brandon does. You can't teach what Mac Hollins does. Either you have it or you don't, bro. Either you're around the ball or you're not. That's just the way it is. X has a little bit of that too. Then he's a guy that finds a way around the damn ball. You can't teach those kind of things, bro. You either have it or you don't. And that's what you're seeing from Brandon now. That's what you're seeing that I saw from the get-go, that this is a kid that's got a knack to make plays. All he has to do now is learn how to get fundamentally sound. That's it.
He's not a problem. I'm focused on problems.
Amen. That's a good way to put it.
He's not a problem. I'm curious if Mac will play a little bit more, considering he's played well. Okay, all right, it's yours. He's played well for the last 2 games. Will that mean he's going to get more playing time, more opportunities?
Probably not. It took the man 2 years to move Austin Jackson to right guard, so left guard. So yeah, he'll probably still try to play Preston Williams and Devontae Parker if they can actually limp out there this weekend. Seriously. I don't get what's going on with him.
I think Preston. Yeah, I think they're moving on from Preston. But yeah, Mac is going to be Mac. Yeah, that's another role that he can get. He can't get the Albert Wilson role, but he can get some of Preston's reps. He can get those split end reps. Right now, Gesicki's taking those split end reps. It is what it is. But they're fine, and they're not gonna have Adam Shaheen this week. So
shocker, he's injured. Wow. That never happens with Adam Shaheen. I mean, he really belongs on this roster. I mean, what the hell? They love injury-prone players. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's another guy that's so unreliable. Are you fearing Cam Newton this weekend if you're the Dolphin?
Yeah, because I don't have anybody. They pose 2 threats, McCaffrey and Cam Newton, and I don't have anybody that can defend both of them. I have to pick my choices. I have to pick my poison. Jerome is probably going to defend McCaffrey as best as he can. Maybe a safety defends McCaffrey. Maybe Eric Rowe defends McCaffrey. I don't know what they're going to do. And as I said on X's No More, what fascinates me about this series, what fascinates me about the Flores and Josh Boyer is I always love the game plan. I always love the thought process. It doesn't always necessarily work, but I could see the thought put into their strategy and their approach. So I'm dying to see what the approach is. She likes throwing things on the floor. I'm dying to see what the approach is to defending McCaffrey and Cam Newton on the same field.
All right, what's the prediction, my brother? What do you think happens in this game? Do the Dolphins make it 4 in a row?
Yes, because I believe in Tua. I believe that the defense is going to do enough to create the necessary plays to win the game, and I think that this is going to be a game that Tua is going to be able to put up 24 points. He's trending in the right direction. Can you protect him? Can they run the ball? If you could do those, they can score points.
Well, if you could do that, the Dolphins are in the playoffs. You would have been in the playoffs if you can actually do that. That's for sure. You got the quarterback that'll win the games for you, but they don't have the line and the running game. If they had that, bro, this team would be so much better overall. Hey, by the way, Zach, another semifinalist again. He's been a finalist the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll get in, man? Because I would love to see Zach Thomas Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I think this is the best chance that he has. Been a finalist for 2 years. If you look at this class, there are no absolute locks. There are a lot of good wide receivers, but probably only 1, maybe 2 gets in. I'm a Will Fort guy. I don't believe that Devin Hester should get in as a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think he should eventually get in as a Hall of Famer. But there's no clear-cut first ballot guys. So to me, this should be a year that you try to clean off that list of guys that have been waiting for a while. DeMarcus Ware is a first ballot guy. I think he gets in first ballot. But everybody, Vince Wilfork, I would love to say Vince is a first ballot guy. But, those positions, they don't get the respect or praise that they deserve.
I don't mind. I think Vince Wilfork is a first ballot Hall of Famer. I have no problem. Let me read over. Let's go over quickly on the list here. You just say yes or no. Cornerback Eric Allen.
No.
Defensive end Jared Allen.
No.
Hell yeah. Offensive tackle Willie Anderson.
No.
Cornerback safety Rondé Barber.
No.
Wide receiver Anquan Bolden.
Yes. Not first ballot.
I say yes also. Should have been a Miami Dolphin. Offensive tackle Tony Boselli.
Yes. This should be the year he clears.
I would put him in, man. If you put Gale Sayers in, if you're gonna put, Terrell Davis, then you can put Tony Boselli because he was a dominant tackle while he played. Former FSU safety and Packer Leroy Butler.
No.
Hell of a player, man. Borderline maybe. Running back Eddie George.
No.
Yes. Wide receiver kick returner Devin Hester.
Yes, not eventually.
Me too. I'm with you eventually. Wide receiver Torrey Holt.
Yes, eventually.
Yeah. I don't mind putting him in. Wide receiver Andre Johnson.
Yes, eventually. Not a first ballot. If you put him in the first ballot, it's a slap in the face to all the first ballot guys.
Well, no, Torrey Holt would have to go in first than Andre Johnson, but
I think it's Reggie Wayne's turn.
No, but I'm saying is both guys deserve to get into the Hall of Fame is what I'm saying. I don't mind when they get in this year or 3 years from now, but they both are deserving of it. Defensive end Robert Mathis.
No.
Me too, borderline. Linebacker Sam Mills.
If you don't put Zach in, he don't go in.
All right, it's a borderline guy too. Defensive tackle Richard Seymour.
I'm gonna go eventually.
I'm gonna say borderline no. Wide receiver Steve Smith.
Yes, and maybe first ballot. If I had to give one guy a first ballot out of this class, it would be him.
I love Steve Smith. I'm with you. He's a Hall of Famer. Wide receiver special teamer Steve Tasker.
No.
Okay. Running back.
Is he really? He's not like
he's a great special teamer.
No. But he's not an old-time committee guy.
I don't know. I'm not sure. They have him on the list.
Okay.
So he's probably not. Running back Fred Taylor.
Yes, eventually.
I say no, borderline. Linebacker Zach Thomas, yes. Wide receiver Hines Ward.
Eventually. Hines is.
I'm with you. Eventually. Helston, yeah, bro. He was a great special teamer, and then he became a great receiver. And the toughness was second to none. Linebacker DeMarcus Ware.
Yes, first ballot.
I would put him in also. Running back Ricky Waters.
No.
Also, I say no. Wide receiver Reggie Wayne.
If this is his year, this is his time.
I'd put him in too, whether this year or down the line, but I'd put him in.
If you have to go one wide receiver, who is it going to be?
Oh, God. I'm probably going to go. It's really tough, man. I'm going to go Reggie Wayne and then Torrey Holt and Andre Johnson.
Hold on. You did not Steve Smith? You just.
Oh, well, no, Steve Smith's already in. No, I already have Steve Smith in.
Okay. If I'm going one gets in this year, it's Reggie because Reggie's had to wait. And with the wide receivers, it's everybody has to wait.
Yeah, but Holt has been waiting longer. So, I mean, they all have been waiting. Holt's been longer retired than Reggie Wayne. So, I mean, it's either way. But they both have had to wait. But I'm with you there. Vince Wilfork, you think eventually is what you're saying, right?
Eventually, but he would get my first ballot vote. I would show respect for the people who do what he did. And he was one of the reasons that the Patriots had a great defense.
Another short career, but a monster of a player, Patrick Willis.
No.
Yeah, he had the injuries. Eventually, he could get in because of the shortened career, but he was a monster.
Nobody should get in before Zach.
No, I get you.
If we're, I'm so bothered that Urlacher got in. Until Zach gets in, there shall not be another linebacker in.
Safety Darren Woodson.
You know who's going to give Zach problems? Luke Kuechly. If Luke Kuechly gets in as a first ballot guy,
yeah, but Luke
virtually have the same career.
Yeah, but Luke just retired. It's 4 more years until he's up because this
Is
is
it
his
4?
first. Yeah, because it's 5 years, and he's only been 1 year out of football, so it's 4 more years.
Yeah, I guess I just am so bothered by the fact that everybody, I cake for Zach. Zach is my favorite player of all time, and I have a ton of respect for him as a player, as a person. So I want to see him get in. I
want to see him get in, but I have no problem with Luke Kuechly. That guy was
no. All I'm saying is
monster and a half.
Pay the respect to Zach that he's due.
No, I get you. I'm with you. One more, Bryant Young, defensive tackle.
No.
Borderline, man. He's right there. He was an awesome player, man. God, he was an awesome player. All right, Omar, appreciate you. Get back to Daddy Daycare. We'll talk to you post-game on Sunday after the Dolphins beat the Carolina Panthers, my friend.
All right. See you on Sunday, Big O. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You're not going to say bye-bye? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Go give him a wave. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There you go.
All right.
There you go. She's doing it. There you go. She's telling us bye in her own way. Big old smile. There you go. I get the cute smile. That's it. There you go. All right, Omar. We'll catch you on Sunday. There you go. The EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
Thank you, sir. Giving us a little love on the super chat. He says, for my friends at the Big O Show and Sean, love you all. Thank you out there. I appreciate you. A whole bunch of questions have come in here, and it's probably going to be hard for me to address them all here on the program. Zach needs to get in. I hope he does, man. I hope he gets in. I've always said that I was afraid that he's going to be the borderline guy that doesn't get in. And I fear that at times, but I hope he gets in. I really do. What else? Steve Tasker should be in the Hall of Fame as a special teamer. He was a beast. Hester and him deserve that consideration because they were elite as elite gets on special teams. It's never wise to take a running back that's high. My argument will always win. And that's if you've got a great offensive line, you can run the ball very well without spending a ton of draft capital. That's true. And really, you don't want your running backs high. They might get confused on what hole they got to hit. So it's not really good to, you'd rather get your running back straight, not high. It's not well, that's true. Ricky Williams did, he was able to see through the smoke signals. So that was actually good. But I don't know how many have Ricky's talent that they can see through the smoke signals. You know what I'm saying? Big O, with so many injury-prone players on this team, is there something wrong with our strength and conditioning program? No, they just relied on too many injury-prone players. That's all. And that's where they made a mistake. And they've got to make sure that they stop doing that. If you're not reliable, you're not reliable, and that's it. Stop waiting for the impossible to happen and the unrealistic, just like the whole thing with Flo now. Flo through 3 years has proven he cannot fix his offensive coaches. Why would you think he's going to fix it in year 4? And so midway through next year, when he doesn't fix it, we're going to be sitting there going, damn, dude, this guy can't fix the offense. Well, you knew that last year, but you brought him back. So that's where it gets unrealistic, We got to wrap it up here on the show. We will see you on Sunday, by the way, live at Sports Grill in Bird Road, 114th and Bird Road, right off the Turnpike. Come on by. We've won 3 in a row there at Bird Road. That's the reason why we've won, because we're at Bird Road. So come on out, load it up, man. Let's cheer on the Dolphins and beat the damn Carolina Panthers on behalf of Larry Schlossberg and all the great people out here at Craig Zinn's, Acura Pembroke Pines, and make it nice and easy for us. And, of course, Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend that put it all together. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show, Omar Kelly, and Manny Navarro. If you missed any of those interviews or shows, make sure you go back to our podcast, subscribe. We are encouraging you, please, those of you that are on the podcast, okay, please subscribe to our YouTube page. We need to get to 10,000 subscribers, and we want to get there as soon as possible. We're approaching 8,000. We're at 7,800. Let's go, man. Let's load it up. We got thousands and thousands of people that are listening to the podcast. So please take a moment, go to YouTube, subscribe to the Big O Radio Show. We would really appreciate that. It's something that we need, and we got to get to 10,000. You want to help support us, sponsors, hitting the like button, all those kind of things. So please get on out there and get to your YouTube channel and subscribe. Get us to 10,000 subscriptions, and always hit the like button. Smash it, whether you're listening to the podcast or watching on YouTube. I thank all of you out there. Stay safe this holiday weekend, folks. Be responsible out there. Don't get crazy on Black Friday here. You know, let's be respectful. Let's look out for each other. You all be good. We'll see you on Sunday live at 11 a.m. at Sports Grill on Bird Road, getting you ready for the Dolphins and the Panthers. Everybody have a good one. I love you all. We'll see you on Sunday, same time, same place, same bat channel.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show.